It don't be green, but it is on.
Did you want to try again, Larissa, or? Ben, can you hear us?
If you log in the Zoom, is your volume?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You know, Ben Ressler, he's our project manager.
I can hear you if you can hear me.
Yes, Ben, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't have access to my video right now. When I hit it, it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
It's a weird thing, he had to go into each person. But he remembers how to do it. Oh, there's one. Yeah. And then the bands for life. So it's like. I need a booster chair. I feel like I'm like, my back's gonna be hurting. It feels like a bit of proper.
Thanks for holding on, Ben. We're just gonna get started.
When I have like tomorrow.
There.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too high. We could lower the wings a bit for the council meeting, John.
Presentation.
The presentation is in the packet, it just for them.
Yeah, I was looking at it.
Right. Yeah.
But these.
Yeah, definitely.
I can Question that roundabout.
I'm to visit that bridge getting the price of it makes sense. You know what I mean? But
Yeah. I don't know. That's true.
we can single because it is single ways. You know what I mean? He didn't minus alternatives, so that might be a good discussion.
Well, I guess that would be also a solution.
I think eventually. Yeah.
They just come up with that if they were this one.
We don't need to do anything else, right? We're just waiting for them to get the. Okay. But.
Sorry, but you told me when you got it. You told me when it's separated.
Yeah. Or are you gonna lower it? Do you need support or can you do it? Person?
I think I can do it. I'm just gonna lower the leg a little.
Oh, there you go. You'll just have to kind of go around and do them all.
Tell me when it's lower.
So if my, well, it should still catch people standing in my front, right? Should still be able to see it. Yeah, that's better. That's, yeah, not perfect, but it's
It is straight.
better, yeah. Is it straight?
There's a bubble.
Is there a level on it?
Yeah, it's in the bubble level. It says
Okay,
it's straight.
well, that's straight.
Simple.
Yeah, that's better. Thanks, Ron. Go up there, give it a little reason. Can Ben not see the presentation? Is that what the problem is? Do we know? Or
We can't hear Ben.
oh, but we could have known it ago.
He's on mute. I think he's on the phone with first.
Okay. That's not great. Even when you know it's the right. And I know that's like an easier. That's what I got. I remember. It's kind of inevitable. They don't think it's gonna be good. They just wears out and it's not.
Make sure we can hear you.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. So I'll jump in. Thank you, council members and mayor. I'm Ben Ressler, project manager, and I'm going to update you on the Woodinville Duvall, Virginia Street and Main Street intersection improvement. Okay, so everyone knows that there are traffic issues at the Woodinville Duvall intersection. Council's expressed interest in the past in a study to determine if there's any easy and incremental solutions that can be done to alleviate the congestion. We got our on-call transportation engineering consultant Transpo Group to examine the Main Street corridor and propose possible solutions. So last September, Transpo Group took traffic counts along Main Street at most of the intersections in Old Town. They took them at Cherry Valley, Virginia, Stewart, Cherry Street, Stella, and Stevens Street. And then they looked at the level of service of the existing intersections with the AM and PM peak. And then they looked at the anticipated 2035 grow out conditions using the 2% annual compounded annual growth rate. And that 2% comes from the Main Street growth projection from the 2017 transportation plan. Transpo Group proposed 3 alternatives. So the first was closing Virginia Street between First and Main. The second was just allowing westbound traffic and then a right only on Main Street. And then the third was installing a mini roundabout. Okay, so up in the right is the level of service. So this presentation is going to be table heavy, a lot of numbers, a lot of letters, but I'll try to sum it up as best I can. All of the level of service currently at all 6 of the intersections is a C or better. Sorry, that note's quiet. With the exception of Woodinville, Duvall, and the PM. Level of service, I'll jump into that really quick. It has to do with the delays at each intersection. So signalized intersections, it's the average delay for each vehicle going through. If it's a non-signalized intersection, it's the delay time for the worst movement. So if there's stop bars on the side streets, it's whichever, so the westbound or eastbound, whichever one is worse, and then the total delay time. So when you project that out to 2035, you see that everything in the PM peak essentially gets worse. So Stella and Stevens goes down to a level service D. Stewart and Cherry goes to an E, and then Cherry Valley and Woodinville Duvall are essentially an F. They fail. So the first alternative is closing Virginia Street. This would essentially remove one of the legs of the intersection. So Woodinville, Duvall, and Virginia Street don't align. So we have a split phase in there in the signal. So you have an added phase, which is adding to delay time. By closing Virginia, we remove that and make it essentially a T intersection. By closing it, we could still keep it open to pedestrians. We could still keep it open to allow it the Duvall Place parking lot and the mart right there. But we would just have no turns onto Main Street. So the results of alternative 1, there's a little change in the AM peak, but there is significant change in the PM peak. So Woodinville Duvall Road goes from, this is the 2035 estimated, level of service goes from an F to an E, which doesn't sound impressive, but it is about a 55-second improvement. The trade-off there is that Stewart Street, so just one south, the level of service goes from an E to an F with a delay time of about 70 seconds, 60 seconds more per vehicle. One thing to note, there's not actually that much traffic coming off of Stewart Street, so that's the eastbound direction. And Transwo Group projected of roughly 35 vehicles making that movement in the PM peak. So alternative 2 is very similar to alternative 1, but we do allow right turn movements on Main Street. This would eliminate us from the signal, and then we would control the right turn only with either a stop or yield. Again, there's not that much change in the AM peak, but the PM peak again sees significant decreases. So the level of service for Woodinville Duvall again goes from an F to an E. It is slightly less impressive than alternative 1, but the trade-off is that the Stewart Street intersection, the delay time is reduced by about 30 to 35% for those 35 vehicles making that turn. Okay, so alternative 3 is to try to fit a mini roundabout in this current footprint. We all know the very tight quarters there. Transwo Group did do an overlay, and they think that something could fit with some caveat that it's likely that we would need to get some right of way there. And we would need to examine the Woodinville Duvall Bridge approach. It's very tight there. And we're not sure that we would have fully the room without modifying the bridge. So the result of alternative 3 is very different actually than alternative 1 and 2. Alternative 3 does solve the PM peak problem at the Woodinville Duvall Road intersection, but it creates its own AM issue. So there's too many cars traveling southbound on Main Street on 203. And it essentially backs up the queuing approaching that intersection in southbound direction almost triples. And so you go from a level of service in the morning of a C to an E. The good way to think about that right now is that there's 2 lanes as you approach that intersection. There's right only, and then you can go straight or turn left. We are combining all those, and most of the traffic is just trying to turn right. So Transpo Group did not select one of the three alternatives. They essentially concluded that there was no alternatives to the current condition that are sufficient in addressing the capacity issue. And so they didn't pick an alternative. What they did do is they did pick out a handful of very small changes that would have quite a bit of impact. So the first one is the right turn. If you're heading south on Main Street, the right turn onto Woodinville Duvall Road, we all know that that corner has a tight radius. The guardrail keeps getting hit. So they're proposing to limit vehicles taking that right to under a WB 67 or a 67-foot wheelbase. They're also proposing that we move that stop bar back. And that would allow for vehicles, larger trucks, to make that turn because they likely will need to go into oncoming traffic or into the adjacent lane of traffic to make that turn. Some other improvements, they would like to see the queuing lengths get longer, so removing the center lane islands. The first one is the one that is just in front of Stewart Street. It's roughly 35 feet long, but that would allow for more queuing length for the northbound Main Street turning onto Woodinville Duvall. In the afternoons, it oftentimes backs up and exceeds the current situation. One thing to note there, if we did remove those center lane islands, we would likely have to make Stewart Street a right in, right out, because you would probably put a C curve in the back between the north and southbound lanes. And their other proposal was to add the bike lane all the way through the intersection. Currently, the bike lane in the southbound direction only exists south of the intersection, but by delineating it into, starting on the north side, you're able to separate that traffic and give a little wider space for right turn movement. I will say that although they didn't propose a final recommendation, they did say that alternative 1 or 2 could be done in conjunction with restriping or with the silent island changes. So they weren't opposed to it. It just doesn't necessarily solve an issue. It kind of just prolongs, delays it. And they did provide what they think is one of the better alternatives, and that is to keep essentially the same roundabout that they had for alternative 3, but to add a second southbound lane. And the second southbound lane on Main Street would be a right only. This would eliminate all the queuing issues that are seen in alternative 3. And then the level of service at that point in the AM peak is an A, in the BM peak, it goes to a B, essentially saving minutes on the average person's commute. That is obviously a large project and would be a CIP project. I did have offhanded conversations with TIB a few weeks ago when they were in town. We were talking about these projects this year. And TIB, Greg, thought that these projects, well, the roundabout specifically, would score very highly if the city wishes in the future to apply for it on that. It solves a lot of issues and it makes just pedestrian movements easier as well. So now I'll open it up to comments.
If council has any comments, just raise your hand. I'll pass the microphone to you. Or questions? Councilmember Shuffle.
Was the Virginia Street closure, was that a 24-hour closure, or was that when you turned 3 PM?
I think I only heard part of that. The way we proposed it, we didn't look at changing for time. We just tried to see what during the AM and PM peak impacted the most. That would definitely be something we could look at, is closing at certain times. The issue with that is that we are, by doing alternative 1 or 2, we are removing that entire phase from the intersection. So it probably can't be done at time because that signal would still need to be there if it's going to be running at different times of the day. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, he said it did. Other council members? I'll pass it down. Who would like? Councilmember Schaefer?
Oh, he's got it.
Okay. Yeah, over time, I expect to see increased pedestrian traffic, to and from the businesses north of this, and that, which of these options do you think would best accommodate the pedestrian traffic, going in that direction?
Could you say that one more time? Sorry.
Yeah, I expect to see an increase of pedestrian traffic going to and from the businesses that are north of this intersection. Which of these options do you think would best accommodate that additional pedestrian traffic?
So by either closing Virginia completely, you remove that crosswalk. So it just become free flowing for pedestrians, or by just having the right only slip. Most of that crosswalk is then closed. You would have you would reduce it from essentially 3 car or lane widths down to 1. So it'd be about a 11-foot crossing. If you did alternative 1 or 2, the way that they drew it up, they actually kind of realign the crosswalk here. Right now it's long and going like this, but eliminating the signal here, you can modify and square up the intersection. So either of those would also help on that way. Yeah, so this is what I mean right here. It's a lot shorter crosswalk than going the entire length by doing alternative 2, and then alternative 1, which is there wouldn't need to be a crosswalk.
Thank you.
Any other council members have comments or questions? Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So one of the questions I had is that, we know from a previous traffic study that we have more than 70% of our traffic comes from the north of Snohomish County. So we're looking at obviously with this, those counts as they exist today, and this report doesn't show a significant improvement in that traffic flow. And any improvement is going to be a significant investment, for little gain to start with. Has there been any analysis done on that on the rapid housing growth that's occurring in Snohomish County, and how that could estimate, how that, what kinds of estimates there might be on how that would impact the actual improvements if we were to do that?
That was, I would say, outside of the scope of this project. So Transpo Group did steal that 2% growth rate out of their 203 SR 203 estimated growth from the 2017 transportation plan that we have. I think it was like 2.1% in one direction and like 1.6 in the other, and they kind of just averaged it out to 2% both directions for this quick study. But again, that was done at this point 6 years ago, so it likely has changed.
Did we have, this is Mayor Pro Tem Henry, I don't know if you can, oh yeah, so you can see us. I was wondering if we have an ETA, some general idea of how long, I realize it might be a ways in the future, that King County might make modifications or replace the bridge on Duvall Road, because I think a major improvement at this intersection would make sense, aligning it at that time if they were to do that. Do we have an ETA on that, or have they not looked at that bridge?
I can talk with Director Laniszewski, but I do not know of any improvements that they're planning right now.
Okay, thank you. I have one more, but I'll pass it to Councilmember Mercer.
Yeah, so following up on the question, just in terms of what the mayor had regarding traffic flow, I think the one other thing I was just interested in from the traffic study itself is the composition of the traffic also assumed to be the same. I know the larger trucks in terms of transport have a greater effect than some of the cars. I think you referenced specifically the turning radius around some of those vehicles. For the purpose of the study, is the general makeup, in addition to just the growth, also consistent in 2035 versus today, or do we expect to see any of the change in terms of the number of trucks versus the number of vehicles through that period of time?
I do not know the full magic that goes into the synchro models that Transport Group does. I do know that we put in, or they have their assumptions for how much truck traffic there is now. And so I don't know how they model that out in the future. I do know that that stop bar change for the right turn, or yeah, no, I'll just stop with there. The stop bar change is not something that they can necessarily model. But it's just something that they have noticed as people who have seen the intersection, that when a bus or a large vehicle, large truck make that turn, it does delay either the eastbound Woodinville Duvall, or they have to go into the oncoming or the adjacent southbound lane to make that turn. And so just that fix alone could make some difference, and it would be relatively cheap when we get down to it. That's just thermoplastic and then readjusting the camera.
Thank you.
Councilmember Isaacson, did you have anything? Okay, I have one more quick one. In regards to one of the other improvements you brought up about removing the center islands and specifically in front of Stewart Street. If that were to happen, do they recommend having a continuous curb so that it does stop that? Is that what you were saying? Is that there would, like, if you were coming southbound on 203, you would not be able to turn left due to a curb, or was it just the back of traffic that statement came from?
Yeah, so both they address it both in alternative 1 and alternative 2. They don't specify exactly that you should have it. They just highly recommend that if you're going to do that, if you're going to remove the island and extend the turn pocket, you should be putting down a C curb to block it so that you can't take a left in either direction. So they called out the right in, right out, which makes sense. And I don't fully know this, but the reason why I think we had a lot of spikes in the eastbound direction off Stewart, so this here right here, is just because it's hard to get a gap. So once you start adding traffic and you're trying to turn left there, it's just hard to get a gap. And so I think that's where a lot of the delays and why that intersection is failing. So I think you should put a C curb there, or a curb.
Okay, any other questions or comments from council from there? We are not seeing any staff. Did you have anything else you needed from us tonight or no? All right, well, thank you both very much for that presentation. Oh, but you're on the next one too. So next up we have Third Avenue project design 60% update, which is also Agenda Bill 23-28 with Larissa Grandel and Venice.
Good evening, council, mayor. We'll do this one more time. Ben Ressler is also the project manager for our Third Avenue roadway improvements. So he and Olivia from KPG will do this presentation with an update.
This is Olivia. I have the same message that regarding my video. It says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
I think our clerk's working on that for you. If you just hang on one moment.
You have control now, Olivia.
I'm still getting the same video message.
Okay, Olivia, now try it. I think since I have been designated as the host, I think I just gave you access to be a co-host.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't know that was on me.
There I am. Thank you.
Okay, again, I'm Ben Ressler, project manager. Thank you, council and mayor. We'll be giving a brief update on our third Ave. We got our 60% design and wanted to touch base. Okay, so again, Ben Ressler, I think Larissa already did this. She's in person, and then Olivia is our design lead with KPG Solis. So some quick refreshers on the project. This is Third Ave reconstruction project. It's R13 on our transportation improvement plan. It's a complete streets cross-section improvement. We're tying in at 143rd Place on the south end, and then Brewitt Street on the north. Both the north and the south of the project limits have been pre-developed out and already have pedestrian facilities, so we're just tying in. Currently, the project limits have an inconsistent pedestrian facility and is not built to our collector arterial standard. And then another feature is right about where that arrow is where we're going to be replacing our Cocomas Creek culvert with a fish passable culvert. Okay, just a quick cross-section update, or not update, but just a reminder. So went out to the public and they preferred the 10-foot shared use path. So on the north end of the project, we have 2 11-foot lanes with a 10-foot shared use path on the east side. On the south end of the project, where there's a lot wider room to construct, we're going to be adding in the bike lane and a 6-foot wide sidewalk, and that's south of Kennedy. Additional improvements, we're adding illumination, adding traffic calming. There's going to be landscaping, trees. We're proposing an overlook on the Cocomas Creek culvert. And then KBG did traffic studies and determined roundabouts were the best solution at 145th and 143rd. All right, so some background on how we got to the project. It's been about 2 decades that this project has been on the tip. Originally, it connected all the way to Big Rock Road, but that has been punched through by private development. In 2019 is when we started asking for grant funds for the project, and then in 2021, the city hired KBG to do preliminary layouts and begin conversations with the public. Last year, we had our open house, and then from that, they essentially, it was like 75% of people selected the same cross section, and so we brought that to council, and it was selected as the preferred alternative. And at that point, we extended KPG Solis' contract through final design. We talked to you guys, we talked to council in February for the 30% update. Shortly after the project was added to the state transportation improvement plan. And then just last month, we got 60% design plans, and we're hoping to have our city's comments back to KPG by next week. And then the newest update is that we will be having our 60% outreach that we contracted for on September 21st. And I'll go into detail about that later. But now I'm going to turn it over to Olivia.
Hey, good evening, everybody. I'm Olivia Paraskiv with KPG Solis, and I'm helping Ben out with the Third Ave design. So since we spoke with you, we just got a little bit further along with our design. So some more structural details on the Cole Clements culvert, kind of refined our cross sections and roadway grading. So those are coming along nicely. The city also requested us to take a look at a stormwater park option, which there's a few slides regarding that. I'll be talking to a little bit more about that. Ben has worked with Puget Sound Energy to get our Schedule 74 agreement executed, and we have given them notice to proceed as of August 3rd. And from that time, they have about 60 days to complete at least their preliminary design that we will be working with them and incorporating into our plan set. And then at that point, we can figure out any easement needs that they have for any structures, vaults, and things like that. Ben also completed the TIB grant submittal, which was last Friday. And then we have started reaching out to the tribes for our environmental permitting process. The cultural resources report is done. It's been uploaded on the Department of Archaeological and Historic Preservation. So that's up for comment currently. And additionally, just I think a couple weeks ago, we did have our arborist do a site visit to analyze our 60% and give us some initial recommendations for how to design around the existing trees and what changes we can make to accommodate kind of the minimal impact to existing trees. And then for the next slide, our next steps are the open house number 2 in late September, continuing with the right-of-way permitting efforts, and then also start the right-of-way acquisition. So again, the information that we get from PSE regarding their utility easement needs will be incorporated into that effort. And then refining some of the urban design elements that we presented along with our 60% submittal. And our next milestone deliverable will be in December with a 90% plan set. This is just a refresher again on the Clemens Creek crossing. So we've done a little bit more design on the structure. We know what that's going to look like, what the impacts and disturbance areas are going to be. We also prepared our urban design group this illustrative watercolor kind of as a viewpoint to illustrate what we want to accomplish with that outlook for the Clemens area. Okay, so the last topic I want to talk about is a stormwater park. So the city approached us regarding this existing right-of-way on Park Street. So it's that area between Taylor Park and 3rd Avenue. It's currently undeveloped. There is a existing travelway, I guess, that serves a driveway for 3 or 4 houses off of Broadway / Park Street. And then we were trying to figure out if we can do something with this space that would be an amenity from a stormwater perspective. So we did a little bit of research. We got some supplemental survey of this area to figure out if there's something that can be done to kind of add to the project. And the figure you see on the upper right shows kind of what we presented at the 30% drainage report level when we didn't have as much information, but that red oblong shaped red area is kind of what we were envisioning would be an area that we can work with. But of course, there's a lot of factors that go into putting these stormwater facilities, including infiltration and utilities. And so what we figured out is the location of this parcel, we can potentially catch about 0.17 acres to count towards our water quality. And depending on how we kind of modify our conveyance system, we can treat up to 0.7 acres of area. And next slide. So we did end up using some of our management reserve funds to obtain this supplemental survey that you see here. And this is our conceptual plan for a stormwater park. So given the existing site constraints with the topography, there is quite a steep slope from 3rd Avenue headed west. And there's also an existing water line, which is shown in the blue that you see there. So this concept basically tries to work with what's out there. We didn't want to do too much disturbance of the existing water line or too much work on that existing slope. And so the idea here was to install a flow splitter on our stormwater system along 3rd, and then have some boulder cascade features. And then the actual water quality facility is the 3 light green small rectangles that you see there. That's going to be the bioretention area. And then other features that we can include are kind of the cascade stream. I'm just moving towards the left, cascade stream, and then a pool or riffle stream. And then finally connecting towards the west to the existing storm drainage system. We're assuming from the south right-of-way line that will keep at least a 5-foot setback from those property lines. We're not really planning to do anything with the driveway access. As you can see, those can just stay the way they are. But we can also extend it a little bit to have a maintenance path for whenever those bioretention cells need to be maintained, either gravel or asphalt. So that's our concept. And so with this conceptual project, we did come up with, what does that mean in terms of costs? Oh, this is just a blow up of the same figure that you saw, and just kind of highlighting where the bioretention would actually occur and what it could look like potentially. So the picture that you see on the right is just an example of, I believe this was in Tacoma.
Yeah, I think it was Point Defiance.
Yeah.
And we were kind of mimicking it just on a smaller scale.
Yeah.
And I know there was a question near the 30% about local different stormwater parks that we have, and PSRC. Sorry. Yeah, PSRC has put out some good information on them with a lot of local examples. So the link is in the presentation. It's also in the memo that I wrote. Okay, costs. So as Olivia was talking about, she was able to pull together some costs. This slide is not in the draft plans because we got the costs after that. So the 30% design cost, or sorry, the construction cost at the 30% design level came out to be about 870,000 for that improvement, and then it would be an additional 90,000 of design. Just put that in perspective, typically we estimate design at 12 to 20% construction, so the design increase is in line with what we'd expect for construction. We would be able to take about 5 water quality units offline if we did this improvement with a few other stormwater improvements, and we'd be able to save essentially 236,000 to make this net change 271,000, including design. I know it's a high number, and I know that the project is also not cheap. So a couple of different alternatives we could look at. You can make it a bid alternate. So we could put it in the project, we could go through design and just have it in. And then once we get the actual bid costs, we can determine whether we want to keep it in or remove it. And then the other alternative we could do is, if it's something that we would like to do in the future, we could essentially stub out some infrastructure to tie into. So that way we wouldn't have to tie into or like tear into the new construction if we want to add the stormwater park in the future. We would not be able to take the 5 water quality units out of the project, so that would stay in, but at least we wouldn't have to tear up some of the new infrastructure that we're putting in. Okay, and then further in budget and costs. So the 60% estimate came in about 13.5 million, which is about a a little over a 6% increase off the 30%. Within that number is those improvements that we talked about, 30% on 143rd. The sidewalks that we're adding up and down, again, that is not necessary to the project, so we can always remove that. That number also includes the full cost for the joint utility trench. Per our agreements, we will not pay full cost for that, we will get reimbursed. But for that 13.5 number, that is the full cost included. The 13.5 does not include any of the numbers from the previous page. It does not include the stormwater park. And just again, another thing to note, we are continuing to look for grants. I think we have a handful outstanding. We have the federal culvert grant, King County Flood Control District grant. We just submitted the TIB on Friday. I think we have a state appropriation that we haven't heard back from. Next year, we will have safe routes. And with pretty far design on that project, I think we would score better than we did last year. We've added ourselves to the Snoqualmie Basin work plan, and Larissa today identified some potential ecology grants that we could go after. So we're continuing to try to find ways to cut costs. Just like the 30%, I asked KBG SOMAS to try to sum up some reasons why the cost increased. I do know that the 30% to the 60%, the contingency does decrease. And so costs expanded beyond the 820,000 from the 30 to 60%, but a lot of that is just expected sort of as more design is done, not necessarily expected in a positive way, but like that's why we have the contingency amounts. But there were a handful of items that were hard to capture outside of the contingency. So there were large increases in the culvert as we got further in design. One thing to note about the culvert design, I think back in the 30%, we were still waffling back and forth of whether a potential bridge would be an option. We had the structural engineering team redo their numbers to try to confirm it, and they came out to be significantly higher for the bridge. So at that point, we nixed it and went full steam ahead with the culvert. Some of the other big items, so gravel, just rock in general, was a big increase. This had a few different reasons. The cross section under the sidewalk was different, so from what was presented at the 30%, so that increased some. There was a section that was missed up on the north end of the project, I believe. Storm is just pretty deep in some locations. But one way we've talked internally about how we could potentially save on those costs is we could look at how we could reuse like our asphalt grindings, how we could potentially just pulverize some pavement in place and build on top of it. So maybe we don't need all this gravel. So we're still trying to feel that out. A couple new bid items. So the grinding was new, wasn't included in the 30%. And then the RFP at Taylor Street, this was something that the citizens seem to want. And it's essentially we have ramps just north of the Coquitlam Creek project. There's no sidewalk on the north side, or sorry, the west side of Coquitlam. So this RFB would get you from the 10-foot pedestrian path across the street and help you go towards Taylor Park. And so that was a new item as well. And then our upcoming outreach meeting. So we have our official meeting later this week to discuss details. Some preliminary details that we've talked about is to do like more of an in-person drop-in session where we'd have like posters and scroll plots and different diagrams set up all over. We'd have staff could work with people one-on-one. We could take notes on different poster boards or the scroll plots. So it wouldn't be like the everybody sit down for a presentation like we did at the 10%. It would be more of like a semi-survey type, but like an in-person survey where people would just talk with the staff and get their concerns and comments included. there's also the thought of having a pre-recorded presentation prior to the meeting. So we would do some sort of update and just blast that out to everybody. Whether we post that on the city website or how we do it, I don't know. But that way you don't need to attend the open house essentially to get the update. So we are aiming for September 21st. It is a little later than we had originally anticipated, but we were thinking about scheduling it for the end of August, but we thought too many people would be out of town. And then it just kind of pushed back to September as we thought more people would be around and able to participate. So we'll be sending out notifications at the end of the month, try to give a few weeks notice to people. And that's our update, and open to questions.
Council, have any questions or comments? Councilmember Schlepp.
Yes, can you go into a little more detail on the increase in the cost of gravel? It's 400,000 seems like a pretty significant amount.
Olivia, do you want me to do that?
It's not, I wouldn't say it was the cost of the gravel, it was the like a quantity bust. And so we had, for example, we had assumed 4 inches of crushed rock underneath the sidewalk, but the city's detail is 6 inches. And so, and then we also missed counting a portion of the northern segment of the roadway. So that was more of a quantity bust on our end and not necessarily an increase, unit price or anything for crushed rock.
There are questions or comments? Go ahead, Councilmember Schaefer.
Related to the stormwater part, can you explain the environmental advantages of the stormwater part of the original holding methods, ponds, or walls?
I'm not sure I heard that.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay, sorry. Can you explain the environmental advantages or any advantages over a stormwater part, as we discussed earlier, versus traditional stormwater holdings such as ponds or vaults?
If Larissa is there, she may be able to help out.
I would love to. Where's Brendel, Public Works? So one of the things that we looked at when we were talking about the stormwater parks were to try and reduce the gray infrastructure that we were putting in the ground. So we were trying to get rid of some of the what we call fat pipes or the need for vault for detention. And by doing this and looking at some of the things that KPG has been able to do so far, we've actually been able to eliminate half, I think, of one of the fat pipes that was in, and then doing this would also reduce the need to do the modular wetland systems, which are the water quality requirements. So they're around $20,000, $40,000 a piece sometime, and by removing some of those and putting it through the LID and the stormwater park, not only over time do you not have to take care of the infrastructure on the ground, but your maintenance is a little bit lower because you're working mostly above ground. And we are learning about how to deal with the biomedia and how to take care of that over time with the metals and the rubbers and stuff like that come through the road. But mostly it's just scraping it all out, taking it to basically the dump and then putting the media in every 10 years or so. So the long-term maintenance is also a cost savings. Just to name something. That's a question?
Yes, no, it's very helpful. So the stormwater parks would have this, I guess, some of the same advantages of a holding pond in the respect that it would provide, kind of a mini habitat for, for birds, frogs, ducks, whatever, aquatic creatures. Is that true?
Yes, and the other side of the environmental part of it, not just looking at the water, but also looking at the nature aspect of it, right? It would create habitat for animals, for birds and stuff like that. So yes, that is a created space for habitat for wildlife that is not found when you just put it underground in the traditional infrastructure.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Isaacson.
So we'll transfer some of our part. With this project, we were gonna do some type of stormwater improvement, right? So the question we just answered is savings and sound like maintenance to other stormwater solutions. Do we have that quantified? And like annual, if you're talking about.
We haven't done that work yet, but we could do that work and get those numbers to you if that's what council is looking for, some harder numbers, I think we can on that we can achieve.
I think the great reason that increase in cost a little bit. We don't communicate with our citizens in the long run is saving. Sounds like.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Mercer, did you have any comments or questions? I don't either, so, go ahead.
No questions, but I'm really pleased at how this design process is turning out, and I'm hoping that as we continue to get farther along, that will be score more highly for our grant applications and our state appropriations requests. So it's really great work. So very appreciative to our staff on KEG for pushing this forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I would echo that. Thank you all. I think that's all the comments and questions we have on the item. Did you have anything? Okay. So just want to thank Olivia, Ben, and Larissa for your update on it.
you.
Okay, so with that, we do have some written reports, signing calendar as usual. Council's been looking through those items. And we're at the end of our committee of the whole agenda, unless the mayor or city administrator, if you want to use any extra time for anything.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I can do a quick city administrator update during this time, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation. We want to make sure that we reserve as much time as possible tonight for comment and city council business. From David Camp, city administrator. Thank you, citizens, residents, staff, mayor, and city council. So just a couple of quick updates. I'm gonna start with bad news first. So, City Hall, the back of City Hall is down. Our air conditioner is out and we don't know how long it will be. So we will have all of the staff that work in the back of the building, not the part on Main Street, so the part behind Main Street. We'll be working from home for a period of time until we can get the air conditioner fixed. Good news, though, is that we did budget for air conditioning services in the biennium using ARPA funding, so we will be replacing the entire air conditioning system in City Hall, but for a period of time, it is out with no hope. It was very hot today. So staff, the front desk staff will be in the building. We have air conditioning in the front, so it won't impact customer service at the front desk. We also got notice from the city of Redmond. Unfortunately, our MHP, our mental health professional that provides services from Redmond to Duvall, has taken another job. So we will be looking to replace those services. The MHP will be providing us a report of her services, the kinds of calls that she made, and her recommendations for replacement service. But we will be terminating the contract with the city of Redmond and having to look for another provider. We absolutely wish her well, and it's a loss to Duvall. She was really fantastic. We also got notice, and I think we mentioned it briefly in the last council meeting, but WCIA has done their 2024 liability assessment and has given us notice. And I'll be putting the documentation along with their letter in the next council packet. I do want to let city council know that WCIA voted and they approved a 25% overall liability increase. So our rates are increasing again significantly the second year in a row. We will be looking at other insurance options as this is the second year of a substantial increase. When we know a bit more, I'll come to council and present on the options we have found after some research. It does mean that when we do the biennium budget, we will have to make yet another adjustment for liability insurance.
lots of reasons for the decrease, but our civil liability pool particularly has increased over the course of the last year. But there's a letter from CIA that I'll provide to council. On the good news side, our second round interviews for the finance director are on Monday. Any council member that would like to participate, we have 2 out-of-state candidates who are flying in for those interviews. The interviews are on at 2:30 and 3:30. The council interview. So if you haven't signed up yet and would like to participate, please let me know. Another bit of good news, Friday is Employee Appreciation Day. We have service awards for 30 years for Mike Marty at the wastewater treatment plant. 20 years for Shelley Rowe in the police department, 20 years for Sarah with Public Works, and a 5-year award for Roger, who's also in wastewater. We have created 2 new awards for annual employee appreciation. The first is the staff nominated award. I got many staff nominations for Gavin, one of the project managers in Public Works. He is going to receive the staff nomination today. I just wanted to share a couple of comments that we received with the nomination process. The first was, having worked with Gavin during his days as the maintenance lead, he displayed determination, focus, hard work, among other things. To see his quality to carry on as a project manager and witness the fruit of his labors has been impressive and inspiring. And then we got another that says, although I work with many fantastic folks, I would like to nominate Gavin for the Staff Appreciation Award. He was reliable, professional, hardworking, one of the best crew members that have worked for the city. He continues to grow and helps pitches in addition to his duties. So congratulations to Gavin. We also created a new city administrator award. It's an award that I'll pick every year to honor and recognize staff that have really made a difference either in customer service or creating efficiencies around the city. So this year, that award is going to Patrice and Angela in finance, and our finance team, for all of the work they've done in reaching out to customers in the utilities, or in reaching out to water utility customers prior to shut off, and making sure that they have constant and continuous contact with the city so they can get their water bill resolved before shut off. They've last month for the first time we had no shutoffs at all for utilities, and they've really done some very impressive work. And then finally, I want to recognize Mayor Okerlander. She will have 15 years of service on behalf of the city this year, and Councilmember Naplin, Councilmember Supple, and Mayor Pro Tem McHenry have been serving our community for 5 years. So thank you to all of you. That's it. Any questions? Okay.
Mayor, did you want to do your report or save it for council?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Kind of a brief report. It's there's kind of the summer lull right now for a lot of committees and meetings. We did have our North End Mayors meeting last week. Small group of people online for that meeting. We had our strong SCA Sound Cities Association Strong Mayors meeting today. We had last week I participated in an all-day session with the Association of Washington Cities for my role as vice president in the organization. Where we had an all-day briefing on all of the services that the Association of Washington Cities provides in the state. And then I did want to call out our police department and thank them for all of the work for National Night Out this year. For those that don't know, we actually had a kind of a little bit of a glitch in the road. There was a fire in my neighborhood for the entire evening. It took quite a while for Fish and Wildlife to get a biologist out, but our police officer did a great job working to keep the community safe while we waited for that assistance to arrive. And I want to also thank the Fish and Wildlife officer. I'm blanking on his last name. I think it was Ryan. Yeah, we have a new Fish and Wildlife officer that just came to the Snoqualmie Valley. So he went around with everyone on the National Night Out. And that was the first time I think, and I can recall, that Fish and Wildlife participated, especially with all the wildlife issues we have been having. It was especially nice to have him be able to speak to our community members And then finally, want to thank all of the community members and neighborhoods that had events. It was kind of a mixed bag every year. You never know how many people you're going to get. So I think it was kind of an average year this year. But the conversations were great, getting neighbors together to come out and celebrate and get to know one another. So thank you all.
Thank you. So with that, I think unless staff has anything else they want to squeeze in here, we can. Yeah, I think we're good. We'll go ahead and adjourn our committee of the whole meeting at 6:41, and we'll be back here at 7 for the council meeting. Thank you. Yeah, so the consulting firm, she'll she'll have questions, and then each of us that show up will be like, okay, I'll ask this one, and you would ask the next one. But she's flexible, she'll talk to us through that, and so we're gonna keep them a little, or we
There you go, you gotta turn it on.
Good evening. I'd like to call the Tuesday, August 15th, Duvall City Council meeting to order. If you'll please rise and join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, would you please take the roll? Here.
Here.
Thank you. We do have a quorum.
Mayor, I move to excuse the absence of Councilmember Napoli.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. You are under additions and corrections, let's excuse Councilmember Napoli, as well as remove item K, new business number 1, use of allocated funds for a different project. Agenda Bill 23-53. Are there any other additions or corrections to the agenda?
Seeing as we'll have a lot of public comments tonight and we are limited in the time we have initially to get through our business. If we have time before we have to leave this room tonight, at the end of our agenda, I'd like to add additional public comment time.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, for the public's notification, we are required to be out of this building by 10 p.m. So we will need to wrap up if there's additional public comment at 9:45 so that we have time for staff to pack up and leave. So with that, do we have a motion to approve this evening's council agenda?
So moved.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. Moving right along, we do have one proclamation this evening for Labor Day. I will go ahead and read that into the record. Whereas the hard work, dedication, and contributions of the American workforce have been instrumental in shaping the prosperity and progress of our nation. And whereas Labor Day is a time to honor and recognize the invaluable efforts of workers across all industries who tirelessly contribute to the growth of our economy and the betterment of our society. And whereas this national holiday serves as a reminder of the labor movement's historical struggles and achievements, advocating for fair wages, reasonable working hours, and improved working conditions. And whereas on this special occasion, we pay tribute to the unity and solidarity displayed by workers in their pursuit of just treatment and recognition of their rights. Now therefore, I, Amy Okerlander, Mayor of the City of Duvall, do hereby proclaim September 4th as Labor Day. I encourage all citizens to join in commemorating and celebrating the remarkable contributions of the American workforce to the strength, prosperity, and well-being of our nation. Let us use this day to express gratitude for past and present labors and to reaffirm our commitment to fostering an inclusive and equitable society where the rights and dignity of all workers are upheld. All right, we will be moving straight into comments for the audience. I do have help with our deputy clerk with all those that are signing in. Please be advised that we will have an hour and a half designated for public comment tonight. And of course, as was just amended in the agenda, we will take public comment until 9:45. If there is additional comment once we conclude our regular business. I want to thank the school district for allowing the use of this room and for giving us the great opportunity to accommodate more of our community this evening. The city council has this room until 10, at which time we will be required to end the meeting. Public comment has been limited by time so that we can have a robust comment period while also reserving time for the council to do its regular business. Those wishing to communicate with city council are invited to provide public comment. We will first hear from those who signed up to speak, followed by anyone online, and then if time permits, we will read from comments we have received in the clerk's office. Audience members should not expect responses to questions tonight or back and forth dialogue. This is standard public comment procedure. Instead, city staff will be collecting questions and providing a response following this meeting. We would like to provide as much opportunity as possible for council to hear directly from the community, and we'll be working expeditiously through those who wish to comment. As a reminder, public comment is limited to 3 minutes if you are speaking on behalf of yourself, 5 minutes if you're speaking on behalf of a group. And also note, their council decorum, and it does not allow cheering, clapping, booing, sign waving, etc. So would ask folks to be respectful of the decorum and look forward to hearing from you all. And with that, our deputy clerk will be calling people up by numbers, as it's difficult to read handwriting. So Deputy Clerk James.
Oh, she's there.
Okay, we'll start with number 1. With Ms. Karen. If you come up and please state your name and your city of residence. And then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Aaron Stogner, City of Carnation. Aaron Stogner, City of Carnation. I am not here to speak out of hate, but out of love. So please do not mistake my disapproval of a lifestyle as hating a person. I love many of the people in this community, and I've gone out of my way to be kind, welcoming, and cordial to them as I have come across them. Love, as God defines it, is not a feeling or unconditional affirmation, but an expression of selfless concern and goodwill towards others in accordance with reality. And reality is what's on the line here. Those who advocate for pride flags and LGBTQ art to be posted not merely as an expression of free speech, but by the government as an official ideology are actively trying to distort reality and suppress their knowledge of what is right and good. And that good reality is this, that in the beginning, God made them male and female. That means God made humanity to be binary for one man to be married to one woman. That is his design, and it's a good design. And so any deviation, aside from circumstantial celibacy or widowhood, is not only disordered, but actively sinful. And in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 17, verse 2, Jesus says it would be better for a millstone to be hung around someone's neck and be thrown into the sea than for him to be guilty of causing another to stumble into sin. And I believe that's the very thing that LGBTQ proponents are advocating. So I stand here before this panel out of concern and love for you who carry the responsibility to govern and to make decisions for the city. As magistrates, you have the God-given privileged authority to govern. This authority doesn't ultimately come from the state of Washington or from voters, but from God, as Romans 13:1 says. And you'll surely answer to the public when re-election comes, but in the final analysis, at the end of your life, you will answer to God who possesses the ultimate authority. And maybe you're inclined to say, Aaron, I'm not a Christian. I don't go to church. I never went to church. I don't believe in the Bible. I don't believe in God. So why should I be held accountable to him? Well, because whether you believe it or not, the fact remains he is your creator. He made you. He put breath in your lungs and he causes your heart to continue beating. And as the creator, he does have the right to tell mankind how to live and act and govern. And so I plead with you, out of love for you and those your choices will impact, to look beyond the changing winds of culture and the tantalizing allure of public approval. Look beyond these to the eternal God who not only created you, but gave this symbol as a sign that he is merciful and kind. Thank you.
Number 2, Danielle.
My name is Danielle. I'm from Duvall. I thank you for allowing me to comment on the controversial symbolism being considered for permanent public art as perhaps even taxpayer funded. For some, these symbols are of nothing but love and acceptance, and it could be easy to assume that those who reject them must be hateful and bigoted. For those who may believe this, I hear you. Many of you have been through a lot, and I understand that these symbols are very personal. In response, I'd like to share a personal story of my own, and I ask that you would consider it with an open heart. As a child, I had zero interest in Barbies or dresses. I preferred tadpole hunting, GI Joes, gutting my own fish, riding my motorcycle. Get the idea. Because I connected better with boys, I repeatedly told my parents I wanted to be a boy, and I meant it. I hated being a girl. Looking back now, these desires were clearly expressed through the lens of a child who had no idea what sex was and how changing my body would have impacted my life. I'm now almost 40 and haven't changed a lot, except that I love the outdoorsy woman that I am. I'm so thankful that I didn't grow up in this time. Instead of being asked to love myself as I was, I might have been encouraged to undergo surgery or take drugs with serious side effects to be happy. I can't imagine going through life without the option to grow into the body I was given, have the capacity to bear children, and love myself for who I am inside and out. I know my story is my own, and I'm not here to convince anyone to change their minds. I just believe there are many of us with serious concerns about the agenda that these symbols represent, that these symbols also represent. And it seems the world wants us to hate each other over our differences. I choose to believe that most of us are compassionate, and there's a lot that these flags stand for that we do agree on. Human rights and fairness for all, love and respect for all. I have friends in the LGBT+ community whom I deeply love, and I would never want them disrespected or undervalued. But for many, these symbols also stand for things that we're likely never going to agree upon. Concerns that a child's undeveloped ideas might lead them to permanent bodily harm or early death from osteoporosis, cancer, or transplant rejection. Concerns about very adult content being imposed on children too young. Concerns for little girls having safe spaces in locker rooms or bathrooms at school. Concerns about fairness in women's athletics. We may disagree, but please hear my heart. These concerns are not coming from a place of hate, but of love and concern. We are also all connected as neighbors. And in fact, Mayor, coincidentally, my husband and I had a lovely dinner a few days ago with a woman who claimed to be an old high school friend of yours. Again, I ask that we remember that we are neighbors tightly connected in a small town with good hearts and intentions, but I believe that permanent conflict in the public square is not only unfruitful, but a poor example to children of what it means to be a healthy community. I believe the best leaders work to bring people of all beliefs together, all beliefs. Let's show the next generation that we can live with and love each other under the symbol which represents us all, the American flag. We are a melting pot of ideas and cultures. Any other flag or symbolism, art or not, placed on we the people's property should not be supported. I ask that we leave personal expression to personal property exclusively. Anything else will disenfranchise and demoralize our community members of one side or another. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Number 3, Susan.
Susan Madera, Duvall, Washington. I am here tonight to address the draft Duvall public art policy. I have lived in Duvall for 12 years. I love Duvall and consider it my home. I tell people to visit a coffee shop in Duvall and you'll see why I love it. People of all ages and backgrounds, laughing, talking, playing games, sometimes even impromptu music, all together. True community. I believe it was difficult for everyone to read the mayor's August message about the fence and the flags hung there this summer. I agree a public art policy would help eliminate some of the issues that occurred, but after reviewing the draft policy for Duvall, I'm concerned that the city might be encouraging more of the same behavior we saw instead of enhancing a sense of community. According to the Public Art Network Council Green Paper from the Americans for the Arts, quote, carefully conceived public art installations and environments rich with connections to our history, the natural world, or the ephemeral quality of life, help make places of meaning within a community. Art can celebrate the qualities that make one place different from another, end quote. That to me is what we should encourage in Duvall's art. When I read the draft policy, the second sentence states, the city intends to integrate a wide range of artworks reflecting a diverse artistic disciplines and points of view into public locations throughout the community, end quote. I do not believe the city should be choosing which points of view to honor or uphold. As I'm sure we'll hear tonight, people have diverse viewpoints and they sometimes passionately disagree. We can live civilly knowing we disagree, but not if one group feels their perspective is being discredited, diminished, or erased by art endorsed by the city. In her message, the mayor mentioned a flag that was erected that represents white nationalism. When I saw the pine tree on the white background, my thoughts went to the original use of that flag in multiple Native American tribes that united with colonists prior to the Revolutionary War. I had to Google for a while to figure out what the mayor was talking about. My point is that the meaning of symbols change. The rainbow 100 years ago would conjure very different meanings. Even the pride flag 50 years ago represented a very different group than it does today. And I am certain that the community it represents in the very near future will be different from today's community. Art based on flags or symbols is unwise, and I would suggest perhaps dangerous. My point is that the council should encourage diverse art forms that focus on highlighting what the Americans for the Arts suggest, the history, natural beauty, and quality of our life here in Duvall. Your job is not to choose which religion or viewpoint should be honored. Your job is to help us celebrate what we have in common. Thank you.
Number 4, please come up and state your name and your city of residence.
I am Sarah Sly. I've been a resident and business owner in Duvall for 10 years. Thank you for inviting me to express my concerns here tonight. I'd like to share a little bit about myself before moving to Duvall. I own 2 successful businesses in historical downtown Snohomish, where I was also a resident. During this time, I was active as a board member of many local organizations. I now own a successful business here and enjoy promoting our downtown businesses to my guests who stay at my Airbnb. I want to see our town flourish and bring in more tourism. But tonight, I want to talk to you about video surveillance cameras, banners, and signs asking citizens to call the police in one of our neighboring communities. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So I brought a little packet here, and I didn't bring enough, but I'm going to try to do it 3 minutes. Right, sorry, I apologize. I think I only brought 5, but if you'll share them with each other. These are the photos that I took in downtown Kirkland when I attended the marina there. These signs and cameras are all located in a prominent place adjacent to the LGBTQ artwork. Here's the wording on the banner. The city is aware the Pride crosswalk has been vandalized. The city does not tolerate hate in any form and is working to address the damage done to the crosswalk. This vandalism is a hateful act, and the city is investigating. If you have any information about this incident, please contact the Kirkland Police Department. Do you believe tourists and residents who come into our town would feel safe if a need arose for these types of signs? And it most likely will, just as it already has happened in other nearby cities. I certainly did not feel safe in this neighboring community the day I took these photos. If I had brought my friends with me that day, I would have said to them, let's get the hell out of here. It's not a safe place. It's bad business in a community that displays partiality to a particular group. And it causes very obvious and serious problems. We all know what happened to Anheuser-Busch and Target when they decided to favor LGBT community. A town and its citizens have a responsibility to reflect neutrality to all who live here, shop here, and enjoy our wonderful town.
That's time for me, Kate. Number five, please state your name and your city of residence.
Hello, my name is Michael. I live in Carnation. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Let's start with the Declaration of Independence part. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. They are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights. That means that we are born with them. They cannot be taken away. The very first amendment to the U.S. Constitution in part reads, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech. That amendment contains the establishment clause that protects we the people by prohibiting the government from making any law respecting an establishment of religion. This clause not only forbids the government from establishing an official religion, but also prohibits government actions that unduly favor one religion over another. It also prohibits the government from unduly preferring religion over non-religion or non-religion over religion. Under Supreme Court First Amendment precedent, government speech says, in short, government can say whatever it wants. In other words, the free speech clause does not restrict government speech. But even though the free speech clause does not restrict government speech, there are other constitutional restraints on government speech. For example, government speech cannot violate the Establishment Clause. So while the government can say whatever it wants under the free speech clause, it may be restrained in what it can say under the Establishment Clause or some other constitutional provision. Duvall must remain content neutral in this artwork being a speech of the presenter. In Peterson versus Village of Downers Grove, it showed that a government must remain content neutral in how it regulates artwork and signage. A content-based law or regulation discriminates against speech based on the substance of what it communicates. The Supreme Court is likely to strike down regulations that discriminate on the basis of what is said or expressed. In contrast, a content-neutral law applies to expression without regards to its substance. Content-neutral examples are restrictions like size, height, placement, or lighting of the artwork. In Reed versus the Town of Gilbert, the U.S. Supreme Court in 2015, in a 9-0 decision, unanimously invalidated an ordinance that treated signs differently based on their content. Recently, last year, in Shortlift versus City of Boston, in another 9-0 decision, the Supreme Court stated that Boston violated Shortlift's free speech when it rejected a Christian flag, but welcomed other group flag. Are Duvall's regulations even in writing for what you're supposed to do? Is the city being content neutral? Will it allow my Christian cross artwork on a crosswalk too? Will it allow other religious groups, clubs, an appeal to heaven group maybe, to put up artwork?
It's time, thank you.
Thank you.
Number 6, please state your name and your city of residence.
Not too close. My name is Alvin Slide. I am a resident of Duvall. I have only 3 minutes, so of necessity, I have to leave out a lot of detail. I'm hoping you will understand. I am against having anything in our town that promotes the LGBTQ lifestyle. Hereafter, I will label it the pride lifestyle because it is both unhealthy for our bodies and it discriminates against our citizens. I am going to present some widely accepted reports, findings, and statistics that deeply concern me with the pride movement and ideology. It concerns me that we would want to celebrate something so harmful to our health and our community. My intent here is not to bash or demean anyone, but to just stick to facts. Those of you here tonight in the pride community, I am not here to hate you, but I do hate what this lifestyle is doing to your body. Various studies I have read show the following detrimental effects associated with same-sex sexual practice: higher rates of HIV, AIDS, substance abuse, depression, anxiety, hepatitis, gonorrhea, syphilis, alcohol abuse, tobacco abuse, eating disorders, obesity, to name just a few. Please keep in mind again that I am not the author of this information. I am simply the messenger. Again, let me be clear. I am not here because I hate anyone. I am here because I care about everyone. Not only for health issues, but research also shows that pride youth are more likely to skip school, have lower GPAs, and be subject to child sexual mutilation. Yet the pride community has an agenda of recruiting youth at an alarming rate. Also, pride youths are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. June is Pride Month nationwide, marking a month of celebration. Yet nearly half of pride youth have seriously considered suicide. I don't think this is something we should celebrate or be proud of as a community. My question is this: with the evidence available stating the harmful effect of the pride lifestyle, i.e. higher suicide rates, lower academic achievement, and health issues, why are we promoting this in Duvall? Also, we never want to discriminate against anyone. Pride individuals comprise less than 5% of the population. You want to give them sites to display their art. So the city goes to these leagues to cater to less than 5% of our population. What is the city going to do for the other 95% of us to prevent discrimination and a potential lawsuit? Finally, This has nothing to do with inclusion, hate, welcoming, division, or any other buzzword you want to come up with. It is because of discrimination over one group that holds it. You said 50 something. It has to do with the discrimination over one group that holds traditional family values and the glorification of another group that has proven to be an unhealthy lifestyle.
And that's
The city-
fine, thank you. Number 7, please come up and state your name and your city of residence.
Reverend Luna Darling, Duvall, Washington. Apathy or lack of action equals acceptance. It is known today that the hanging of the Gadsden flag in place of or nearby a pride flag is a veiled threat upon the LGBTQ+ community. The pine tree flag is seen flown during January 6th insurrection with the words "an appeal to heaven," same words as a published book by a man with more than 200,000 YouTube followers who travels the country preaching white nationalism and has been confirmed a symbol of white nationalism. The fact is that these actions are an assault on a group of protected people by an individual or a group with the intention of spreading hate, divisiveness, and fear among our community. Once the pride displays were removed in the wee hours of the morning by the city in response to the symbols of hate, it moved me to speak up as an ally. By choosing to remove the displays of love as a response to cowardly actions made to the community, also in the wee hours of the morning, funnily, 2 things have been accomplished. 1, the city removed the feeling of safety and acceptance to the LGBTQ+ community, along with other minority groups. 2, the city chose an excuse as a loophole to remove pride displays by removing all displays, essentially triggering a chain of events that has caused huge backlash in the community as opposed to promoting love. The question is, in light of the many recent acts of hate, why hasn't the city opened an investigation or filed a police report? We cannot have resolutions if we do not have answers. We don't have answers, how can the community feel protected? These acts upon the Duvall community were done with malicious intent. It's not the LGBTQ+ community that should suffer consequences because they were targeted by those who want to silence them. By removing the pride displays, the city reveals they are not on the side of love, and Duvall is not a safe space. Love is a positive emotion that brings people together and promotes empathy and understanding. Hate is a negative emotion that divides people and promotes discrimination and violence. The city can choose to be an ally by supporting the LGBTQ+ organizations and initiatives. There is no policy against promoting empathy and understanding. However, the city does have a policy against discrimination and hate in the name of promoting inclusivity and acceptance. The city says they removed the displays for safety reasons. I have personally met dozens of people who chose the site of the displays because they felt safe and accepted.
That's fine, thank you. And number 8 is not speaking, so let's move to number 9, please. Please come up and state your name and your city of residence. Number 9.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amber. I was relieved and glad that the pride art was taken down. I have nothing against gay people and nothing against people who are confused about their gender or against rainbows. I love rainbows. The pride flag display was offensive and repulsive to me because it represents a deeper agenda. Because I have seen many videos and photos of trans or men who are dressed up as women reading books at preschool or kindergarten story hour, and I can see what this leads to. I have seen videos of them exposing themselves to children who don't know any better. They don't know that it's wrong, nor do they have the voice to speak up. To me, this flag is a symbol which promotes pedophilia and grooming children for pedophilia. Furthermore, my personal religious beliefs, I have respect for others and their beliefs. I have respect for others in their way of life. And I generally keep to myself and don't come out and speak at public and city hall about this. I do not appreciate the role that a city is attempting to take with considering promoting this flag in a permanent display. I've lived here for 27 years. And this is not what Duvall represents to its residents. This is an artist community. However, the art we represent does not exclude anybody. It is all inclusive. The pride flag excludes others, ostracizes those who do not believe in trans or gender changing and transitioning. And it's offensive to me, and I'm sure it is to others as well. So I want to ask the city council tonight, please keep art installations in Duvall accepting of all of our beliefs, and please keep them non-sexual. I don't want to have to think about that when I drive to town. Thank you.
Number 10. Please state your name and your city of residence.
I am Joseph Strickland, student of, I am Joseph Strickland, resident of Duvall, Washington. I am a student of the Riverview School District. I do not think the pride community should be supported via art or public display. I'd appreciate it if the city of Duvall does not place a permanent art installation for the pride flag.
Number 11. Please state your name and your city of residence.
I'm Jacob Strickland, and I am a resident of Duvall, and a student at Riverview School District. Please keep your art in Duvall, not about your gender, but something we can all appreciate.
Number 12. Please state your name and your city of residence.
Good evening. My name is Jim Hernandez, a citizen of the city for 9 years. Nice place, really good Chinese restaurant. I've been meaning to come to the city council for some time now, just on little stuff, but bushes blocking traffic views, stop stripes fading, nothing too serious. And then the pride wall came. About 2 years ago, I had the opportunity to move out of Duvall, and I didn't. Why? Because when I was working in Redmond, the first thing I saw coming into town was that pride wall. The pride flag isn't just a "we're LGBT plus friendly" banner. It's a symbol for people who have been driven out of their homes for being who they are, a symbol that says this place supports you. Seeing such a bold display of the pride colors told me that this town has my back. And then it was gone, removed in the dead of night, and while it was removed with care and dignity, it was removed. Why? Because the city has no policies defining what can and can't be displayed on city fences, and forces who would like us pushed back into closets put up symbols of hate. Hate wants what everyone wants, acceptance. It misappropriates seemingly innocuous symbols to be seen as normal. It wants to live as validly as anyone else. But we know where hate leads, as the tolerance of intolerance leads to more intolerance. By putting up symbols of hate next to a symbol of hope, hate hope to gain as much validity as the pride flag or take it down trying. And sadly, because the city has no display policies for city fences, the pride wall was taken down, along with all banners and flags. It wasn't just the pride wall we lost. People who were being celebrated, businesses having sales, all gone. And in the end of the day, hate won. Taking down the pride wall should never have happened. But once it came down, pride flags began showing up in the windows of our city's houses and businesses. As someone who is currently looking for a hairdresser, as you can see, I'll be looking for that flag in the window of anywhere that I go. Again, it's a symbol of safety and support. Seeing that pride wall come down made many in our community sad and angry. But anger is a form of energy, and energy can be put to work. If city council is amenable to putting the pride wall back up and enact policies about our city's fences, I'm sure that many in our community will put that energy back to work. towards rebuilding the pride wall as well as rebuilding the trust in the city. I was driven out of my home by a machismo culture that would rather have me bloody than out in the open. I was driven out of my home state of Texas by legislators who intend on criminalizing the transgender community. I will not be driven out of Duvall by syphilis case. So let's work on getting that pride wall back up. Let's show our LGBT plus citizens they're safe and supported here. And once that's done, we'll talk about those bushes blocking the traffic. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we're skipping 13 and 14 now. Number 15, please. Please state your name and your city of residence.
Hello, my name is Mark Hoffman. I've lived in Duvall since 2014. I just want to say that I love living in this city, where the mayor and city council have declared us to be accepting of all people, including LGBTQ plus people. I also want to point out that when we embrace inclusivity, it's not just about at-risk groups who benefit. When we value diversity, all our lives are enriched. We're building a community where we get to know each other, and with all our differences and similarities. In doing that, each one of us has the opportunity to expand our appreciation of what it means to be human. This work is really important. We should all be proud of it. Mayor Oppenheimer and our city council members deserve our thanks, as well as our encouragement to continue to move forward and find more ways to demonstrate Duvall's commitment to inclusivity.
Number 16. Please state your name and your city of residence.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Roy. I live outside Duvall up by Lake Margaret. Back in school, we all learned that famous poem about the slippery slope of fascism. First, they came for the communist, and I did not speak up because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialist, and I did not speak out because I was not, excuse me, a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionist, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. But this poem is incomplete, because first they came for the queers. On May 6, 1933, the Institute for Sexology in Germany was raided by a group of students affiliated with the Nazi Party. 4 days later, the whole of the Institute's library, the largest repository of books on gender and sexuality, was hauled into the square and burned. You probably saw these horrific images in your history books. The Institute had been around since 1919, and in those years had seen thousands of LGBT patients. They were globally renowned for their work, but it was all destroyed. Even this poem erased the crimes done to gay Germans early on. And now we are here at this meeting talking about what is to be done about an attack on our fellow citizens by Christian fascists. The two flags were Revolutionary War battle flags. Are we declaring war on one another? A revolution against certain members of the community? That is unacceptable. That is un-American. I think that the city should never have taken the pride installation down. And I think regardless of what the city does moving forward, the damage is done. A legally protected group got attacked in our city, and your response was to punish everyone, even uninvolved parties like the high school students, instead of simply removing the unauthorized flags. I find that response problematic. Situations like this and the Riverside book bans are steps down the slippery slope mentioned in the poem. Steps that embolden bigots and tell the LGBTQIA members in our community you are not protected here. So in closing, I will say, when they came for my LGBTQ neighbors, I spoke out, even though I was not one of them. Thank you.
Number 17. Please state your name and your city of residence.
Hello. My name is James Webster. I'm a resident of Redmond. I lived in Duvall for about 2 years, 9 odd years ago. And I am tired. I am exhausted. Every day I look at a world that is burning in chaos and pain, and I wish to weep.
And I wish to draw close to me those that I care about and see them taken care of and protected. When I was young, I did not see myself represented, and I hid myself away. It does not have to be hurt that hides you, but a lack of acceptance. Not to be thrown away, but to know that you will not be held up. And I hid many parts of myself deep down for much of my life. We have heard from young people, the young people that some are trying to protect, how much it means to them in their exploration of their self as they look to a future in an uncertain world that they may understand a part of themselves. To see that in public, to see that there is love for them, not just passing acceptance, not a status quo that already favors one group, a group that wants to tear down anything that is not theirs already. We're fine. Everything is fine until you stand up and say, I exist, I am here, an innocuous flag which harms no one. That is unacceptable, to exist outside. I have heard today a lot of people who are not discriminating, and yet. One of the facts that I heard earlier today is that the suicide rate for transgendered youth is 40%, and that is true. That is true. It is a breathtaking number, and it is a number that is derived not from being someone who looks inside themselves and says, who am I and who do I want to be? It is from those people who say, I know who I am and who I want to be, and then sees a world that would tear them down for the love of themselves, for the love of each other. I am tired, and I wake up every day, head down to get to the next. I travel between spikes of joy in a world that I watch burn. And all I want is to see the place where I live, the places around me, and the people that I care about hold themselves with dignity and love. Thank you.
Rules.
Number 18, please. Please come up and state your name and your city of residence.
Hi, my name is Leo. I live in Carnation. I've lived in Carnation my whole life, 23 years. When I was 13, I came out as transgender, and my parents were smart enough to know that the right thing to do was to help me gain access to hormone therapy and surgeries, which I haven't regretted for one single second of my life after that. But despite all the harassment that I faced in our school districts growing up as a transgender teen, who managed to be one of that 60% who made it out somehow, I've always tried to give this community the benefit of the doubt, I know that there's bigotry present. I've seen it, I've experienced it, I've had the unfortunate, I've had to, that's things that I've had to deal with my whole life, I feel like. But despite that, I just always tried to see this like a positive, loving community. And for the most part, it's done that for me. I try to combat the bigotry where I see it and where I can, but I know it can be a losing battle sometimes. And I've always tried to see bigotry and harassment and discrimination as a loud minority, especially around here. This summer, I was lucky enough to have the opportunity to work as a camp counselor at a summer camp, specifically for transgender kids. And it was amazing. I loved it. I had a great time. I know those kids had a great time because they were around people who knew what they were going through. And I was around people who knew what I was going through and had gone through. It is hard to describe how incredible living there was for that month and a half. And it's even harder to describe how disheartening it was to come back and see that all of a sudden, one of the things that made me feel safe to be here is just gone. the place that I call home all other 10 months of the year just seems to have forgotten that there are people besides the majority here. I would love to continue to feel welcome here though. Just like every other queer person in this community, just like every other person in any community. It'd be really cool if that could happen. Awesome, thanks, bye.
Number 19. Please state your name and your city of residence.
Yes, Melissa, PA, I've been resident of Duvall for 12 years now. Right, process, okay. I have a few things to say, and I'm probably gonna go off script here because I have some other things that I want to say. The world is a little darker. It's a little more dim for us these days. Those of us who are queer or people of color or women are having a harder time expressing our freedom as we were just 5 years ago. When I came to Duvall to buy our house, I was a little worried. Small town feel is something I know and love. I come from a small town in Oklahoma that had around 10,000 people, so. Sorry. Let me put this down. I come from a small town in Oklahoma that had around 10,000 people, so I understand what I was getting into, and frankly, I love the small town feeling. But I left Oklahoma because it was not a great environment for me. A friend of mine who owned a gay bar was beaten within an inch of her life in her own bar. Never forget it. So I came to the greater Seattle area to live a better life. It's hard to know if you'll be welcome anywhere, especially in a small town with a stranger, you are a minority. However, you find people, you make friends. The truly great thing about a small town is that we're there for one another. We try to take care of each other. So when the fine art installation appeared on our main street, I felt elated. That to me made me feel welcome like nothing else could have. And when it was removed, I was scared. Made me feel less welcome. And the truth is, a large part of the reason it was taken down was because of threats by people who don't want us here. But we are here. We're not going it. We're your neighbors, we're your friends. We are spending money in our community. Our community. That's the thing. Because of these threats, because they didn't like us specifically, they were willing to hurt businesses in our community, use these fences for advertising their stores. So that brings us to the two problems today. First of which, small businesses should be able to utilize their fences for that. Okay, that's something that pretty much everyone agrees. Maybe I'm wrong.
What's the money?
But here's the thing about art. Here's where I'm going to start. Art is never a thing that everybody's going to agree with. We're all going to have things that we don't like in the art that we see. So we need to keep that in mind. The pride installation was something that helped us as a community. It is inclusive. Even though people who don't agree with it. We're not asking them to exclude these things. Let's just get along.
That's time, thank you. Number 20. Please come up and state your name and your city of residence.
Hello, Becky Nixon, Brownborn. Would like to have on file and know that I missed this map one tonight. A couple things real quickly. Gotta take my glasses off here. The government of the United States is not in any sense founded on a Christian religion. President George Washington. The divorce between church and state ought to be absolute. James A. Garfield, 1874. The Bible is not my book, nor Christianity my religion. Abraham Lincoln. Thank God, under our Constitution, there was no connection between church and state. James K. Pope, 1846, excuse me. The United States have ventured upon a great and noble experiment of total separation of church and state. John Tyler, 1843. We established no religion in this country. We command no worship. We mandate no belief, nor will we ever. Church and state are and must remain separate. Ronald Reagan, 1984. I am the proud mother of a transgender child who grew up here. He was not chosen lifestyle. I knew what he was too. And for the gentleman that said, yes, they have a high suicide rate, it's because this is very difficult. For the hate that comes toward them from something they were born with. Happy, loving child. My kid's 28, makes 6 figures. And now we're going to get to another point. The flags that were put on the art display were at the Capitol insurrection. I understand how very hard it is for city governments to deal with this type of topic. I know you'll come up with something that helps everyone. But there is a separation of church and state. Very quickly, raised in the church, my parents came up here from Texas to start ministries. I was there Sunday morning, Sunday night, Wednesday night, every social. I went to private Baptist school where I had 6 years of theology. My granddad was the Reverend Roy Shahan, and he was a renowned Baptist preacher in Texas. I have had dinner with Billy Graham. He was a very good man. And those two people, they lived the Christian values. Unfortunately, I am not seeing that anymore. And the Bible says, you do not stand in the middle of a room and pray. You use your religion, you keep your religion, you love your God, you love your Jesus, but you do not come out. And God is a God of love, and Jesus is the Jesus of love. But then again, Jesus was from the Mediterranean, he wasn't white, and he hung around with 12 men that were unmarried.
We are.
Number 21.
And
Let's please keep going in the comments or sharing. Oh, thank you. State your name, your city of residence, please.
Hi, I'm Heather. I live here in Duvall, and I actually had no intention of speaking today. I came to just be a show of support. But when I saw that there weren't that many people speaking, I felt that I should go ahead and speak too. I am speaking not as a member of the LGBTQ+ community, but as a supporter of the community. I don't have, I'm your stereotypical white cis person, but love is love, and it's the hate that's trying to bring this flag down and not let the art be supported. And I grew up in Kansas. I grew up extremely conservative and with all the beliefs in which a lot of the groups that are trying to get this taken down. And so I come from a place of background of understanding that conservative mindset, but also we live today and we need to be inclusive of everyone. And the amazing thing about the pride flag is it's all about inclusivity. It's, being inclusive for LGBTQIA+, but not just them, that community is inclusive of everyone. And every person has their own differences, be it neurodivergence, ADHD, autism, gender identity. It's being inclusive of everyone, and a pride flag doesn't take away from anyone. Like one of the previous speakers asked about, what's being done for the other 95%. Well, I'm not that 95%, but a pride flag and an art display of such doesn't take away from anyone else. It's not forcing a lifestyle choice on anyone. It's just showing representation of love and inclusivity. And I think that that's what needs to be the focus. And I think within the community, there was a lot of concern about the First Amendment, that if you allow one group, we need to allow other groups. And I agree with that, as long as there's no hate base in that, and that the pine tree flag is very rooted in hate with the present, and by present, I mean the last 5 years use of it. That flag absolutely represents hate. So I do agree that First Amendment, yes,
But there are exceptions to the First Amendment. In fact, I believe that there's 7 different exceptions to it. So the exceptions to the First Amendment is incitement, defamation, fraud, obscenity, child pornography, fighting words, and threats. And in my mind, that flag, the pine tree flag, absolutely goes into the incitement. And the end goal of whoever put that up was to have the pride flag removed, which removes the sense of inclusivity for many, many people.
Number 22. Please come up and state your name and your city of residence.
Jeremy Robkin, in the city of Duvall. I would like the city of Duvall to enact a policy that allows the display of messages, images, and symbols that reflect the inclusive spirit of the bulk of our community. I believe the rainbow flag is one of the most inclusive symbols ever devised, and its display is nothing but a positive message. The flag represents a belief in tolerance, acceptance, and a broad spectrum of love. And the values of tolerance, acceptance, and love are widely shared by the citizens of Duvall. It's a shame that the city of Duvall does not have a policy and a process to allow such a symbol to be displayed. I'd also like to take the rest of this time to speak to those who have professed the false equivalencies of love and hate, of claiming to know God's mind, of claiming to understand what the life of a transgender individual is, because you do not. You don't choose to be transgender. You are born transgender. It's a state of sexual identity of the mind. It is a gender of the mind in disassociation with the gender of the body. They are in conflict with each other. Science has proven this over and over again. And the Bible does not speak out against transgender people. The Bible speaks of love. So learn from the Bible and learn to love your neighbor, because a transgender individual only wants love and acceptance. They are not coming from you, they are running from you. Stop being a force of hate in our community. Thank you.
Number 23. Please come up and state your name and your city of residence.
Hi, I'm Janet Culler from Duvall. I'm here with my husband. We've lived here 8.5 years. I'm a retired hospice social worker, and Art is a Vietnam veteran, retired from his day career, and he's a musician. We started the Duvall Singers a number of years ago and have given countless hours of volunteering for what we all want and feel like this is a caring community. The pride wall, pride fence was so beautiful and so important. Our daughter is a lovely, gorgeous, smart, transgender woman, adult woman she lived here herself for 3 years. She came to the council twice to share stories of the harassment she received in Duvall. At that time, Mayor Amy started putting up a pride flag during June. The whole town seemed to become more accepting. But then it was taken down due to the violent threats of those, we're not supposed to say hate. It is backed by hate groups, but it is those who do not understand. They do not understand. You here who speak out against, you do not understand that the very personhood and civil rights, the rights to exist for LGBTQ people are threatened. I am a protective mother. We need great understanding. We need to be great allies and caring neighbors that I think we all really are and want to be. We look forward to new Pride artwork in town, sponsored by the city, visible and public. And also Black Lives Matter artwork. And how about a diversity mural? Wouldn't that be wonderful? In my faith, and I'm a very religious person too, in my faith, our first principle is the belief in the worth and dignity of every person and our responsibility to uphold it. Join us.
Number 24, you'll get 5 minutes representing Snow Valley Pride. State your name, please.
My name is Greg Jamil and I live in Carnation. I am representing Snow Valley Pride tonight. I wasn't going to say much tonight. I'm here to support my friends, my family here, my community. And after I heard a lot of the things starting off this meeting, it definitely was time to stand up and say something. There's a lot of ignorance, there's a lot of misinformation, misunderstanding, a lot of people hiding behind religion, which that is not religion. That's not Christ-like. I mean, I'm not religious. I don't believe in that at all. And you're free to believe in whatever you want, but don't impose your feelings on other people. That's the first thing. There's a lot of other ignorant statements here about LGBTQ plus people. People have mentioned the suicide rate, the high suicide rate. Why do you think that is? It's from ignorant people like this portraying their feelings on our community, okay? You guys all had to feel that with all those emails that you received when this pride flag went up. Not when the pride flag, when the white nationalist flag went up. A bunch of people emailed you. You felt that tension. You felt that attack. That's what we grew up with. We're used to that. I've grown up with that for 44 years. I've lived here for 7. And for everyone here who is in our community, realize that we are not going anywhere, okay? We're here to be together, to build our community and to feel safe. We want to feel safe in the place that we love. We are all lucky to live here in the Snoqualmie Valley. We all call this place home. And we need to start treating each other more neighborly. Enough of the hate, enough of the bigotry, enough of the attacks on our community. Learn to love each other. We live here together. We shop here together. We are your neighbors. Knock this off. I mean, I'm shaking. It's ridiculous. The stuff that's been said here tonight. Pull it together. All right? Thank you so much. Sorry.
Number 25. Please state your name and your city of residence.
Hi, I'm H. Bondar. I lived 12 years in Duvall and now 2 in Carnation. Well, the pride flags were taken down in response to the Christian nationalist flags going up. Is Christian nationalism a hate group? The Reverend Rebecca Littlejohn, senior pastor of Vista La Mesa Christian Church Disciples of Christ in East San Diego County, California, wrote, Christian nationalism is a cultural framework rather than a religious one. Much like nationalism is a perversion of patriotism, Christian nationalism is a perversion of Christianity. It's an extremist ideology that co-opts the symbols and rhetoric of our faith and forces them into the service of an agenda of bigoted hatred and violence. From Newsweek, at its very core, Christian nationalism is a hateful, exclusionary ideology that posits that America was, is, and must remain a Christian conservative nation, even if that means subjugating Jews, progressive Christians, atheists, Muslims, polytheists, and other groups that white Christian nationalists place low in their hierarchy, people of color, LGBTQ people, women, and immigrants. And from USA Today, the Christian nationalist flags are the latest examples of how white terrorists throughout history, including the KKK, have cited Christianity to justify what they claim is their God-given right to control races and ethnic groups. Actually, Christian nationalism and radical Islamic terrorism have a lot in common. For someone to say, you get to fly your flag, so we should get to fly ours, is a false equivalence. We heard that earlier. That's like saying apples and oranges are the same thing because they're both fruit. Yes, the pride flag and the Christian nationalist flag are both flags, but they represent totally different ideas. The pride flag is a symbol of inclusion and love and peace. The Christian nationalist flag is a symbol of exclusion and hate and violence. For the city to solve the problem by declaring that neither flag can be flown is buying into that false equivalence. It's an act of cowardice in the face of a threat to democracy. You're saying it's okay for a hate group to intimidate the people in this community. The right and courageous thing to do is to ban the hate flag and embrace the love flag. By tacitly endorsing a hate group's symbols through this false equivalence, we start down that slippery slope that we heard about before. As a Jew, I feel personally threatened by the Christian nationalist agenda, and I expect my democratically elected officials to act in a way that ensures my safety and the safety of all who are threatened by hate, whether they're Jews or Muslims or LGBTQ, immigrants, women, Christians, whoever. So that the pride flag should fly proudly.
Moving on to number 26, please. Please state your name and the city residence.
I am Carol Duvall, I live here in Duvall, and I'm responsible for bringing the pride flag to Duvall. Silly me, I thought it was just gonna be a really cool thing to do because, oh, sorry. I asked him to put the flag up because I thought it would be a really cool thing to bring to Duvall. And what I learned after I had it up for like maybe a week was that it wasn't just a really cool thing to bring to Duvall. It made people feel safe. It made them feel loved. It made them feel accepted. How that could be anything detrimental has just blown my mind. Why people think that is evil or anything other than an act of love just blows my mind. I've had so many people tell me what it means to them to be able to come to Duvall and feel loved and accepted. To know that their kids feel safe in Duvall because that big bright symbol was there. It was beautiful. It was a pop of color. It made people feel happy. And you know, it's gone now. And I realized that, you know, we're gonna have art to replace it. But I think we need to bear in mind, like other people stated, that, you know, art is divisive. It's divisive sometimes because it has a message and people don't like the message. Like, was it Picasso who did that huge artwork before World War II and protested at Franco? It was very divisive, but it had a lot to say. The pride flag doesn't say too much other than love, acceptance, and inclusivity. And we specifically chose the inclusivity flag because Duvall is growing and we have immigrant people, we have people from all walks of life, different countries that have moved here in the last 20 years. And they feel accepted seeing that as well. So it speaks to a lot of people. And I just hope that we can continue to have this spirit of inclusivity going forward. Thank you.
Number 27. Please state your name and your city of residence.
Hi, my name's Kirk. I live in Duvall, lived here a very long time. My name's Kirk. I live in Duvall, lived here a long time. I didn't come here. I was quite taken aback by the person who called Christians evil. I love the tolerance, but I didn't come here to prepare to respond to that. But many before me have said that, oh, if you disagree with me, you are hateful. To disagree is not hateful. To have a different definition of good is not hateful. It's just disagreeing. To call someone hateful is just an intimidation tactic, a name call. I reject all that. But morality is a religious issue, and the council should not be taking sides on morality or religion. I would rather live in a beige world with no art than to be subjected to pride preaching. Please remain neutral. If the pride community gets a display, do I get a display saying something different? Do we want Duvall to become a battleground of ideas? We're not going to agree. Let's avoid public displays altogether and keep the city council out of choosing the side.
Number 28, please. Please state your name and your city and resident.
Hi, my name is Kyle. I live here in Duvall. Just as a foundation, gay runs in my family. My uncle's gay, been married to his husband for 10 years. I have multiple gay cousins and a bi cousin, and my brother, who's a year younger than I am, is gay. While I disagree with their lifestyles, I love them and enjoy spending time with them and readily have them over for dinner and enjoy the times that we get to celebrate life together. I grew up here in Duvall. I've lived here off and on since I was 7 years old. I can remember Duvall before there was even a Safeway or before this building was built. And I am so thankful that now as an adult, I get to raise my 4 children and they get to run on the same sidewalks that I grew up on and swim in the same river. And that is such a joy and delight. At the same time, it is heavy on my heart that as my kids and I walk the sidewalks, there might be art or paraphernalia which subtly says the things you believe are true, important, are hateful, and less than not important. Or on the other end, that one group is better than another group, and that your color of your skin matters more than who you are inside. I want that the environment that my kids grew up in to be an environment where they just get to celebrate the people that I grew up in. That the artwork on our streets would celebrate the beauty of our valley, the beauty of Duvall, and the people that we get to be around, and what makes us true people of the valley, rather than promoting one ideology over another, celebrating this political viewpoint or this political viewpoint. I want my children to be able to see the green, the rain, the river, and what makes it Duvall, as opposed to this is where we stand as a community with one idea or another. I just want them to run and play, not to think about any of that or how to deal with any of it. So as a city, my encouragement is let's do art that's beautiful and that is just represents the valley and what makes Duvall Duvall.
Thank you, everyone. Mayor, that's the number of people that we have signed up to speak, so I'm going to turn the mic back over to you and. Yeah.
We have a number of attendees online. I believe that you can raise your hand within the online box. Our clerk will call on you individually, and you'll have the same 3 minutes as those in person.
Hi, my name is Danielle, legally Winterwood, and I live in Duvall, and I have lived here for about 14 years, and I'm also a business owner in Duvall, and that is why I'm here in this capacity tonight. So I have a business in Duvall. We have a LGBTQ counseling center that has over 200 active clients. We employ 9 therapists plus support staff. And we serve local Valley residents as well as individuals from nearby cities. So Gold Bar, Monroe, Kent, Redmond, even Seattle. And I just want to call to the council's attention that, in the last 6-7 years that we've been in business, our client staff and the larger community of LGBTQ folks in Duvall have experienced a lot of aggression, such as being called slurs while walking on Main Street, community members sexualizing our family composition, declaring materials that represent our genders as inappropriate for kids, community members pathologizing our identities, people saying that we're mentally ill or that we are grooming people, predators, community members actively, trying to ban books that feature people like us in our schools, community members telling us that we shouldn't exist, or if we do exist, we shouldn't be seen. Being told by service providers in Duvall that they aren't able to serve us or that they don't want to serve us because of our identities. Kids being bullied at school, being asked by community members things like, "What are you?" as a derogatory way of commenting on our gender. And then, of course, having, pride displays vandalized, stolen, protested, removed, etc. So I want to note that community gestures like this Pride art installation, local partnerships with organizations like Pride Across the Bridge, even Pride flags displayed outside of government buildings are meaningful signals of hope and solidarity. They send a message that despite the aggression, like some of the things I mentioned above, LGBTQIA people and those who love them belong in Duvall. And these small gestures actually matter a lot to our community, both in our town and also people that are struggling as a result of legislation across the nation. And as a business owner, these gestures positively impact the people that my business serves and our staff as well. I have never felt so proud to have our office located in Duvall.
You hit time. I didn't have a 15-second warning, so I apologize. Thank you. And Clerk Portero, I'm gonna keep track of my phone here, because it's difficult to pay attention to the screen at the same time. So, thank you very much, Ms. Wonderway. Anyone else that would like to speak, please, raise your hand and the clerk will, call. We're online and then we'll. Thank you. Megan Mullen, you may unmute and have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Megan Mellon and I'm calling in from Carnation. And what I would like to share is actually to amplify the last speaker, that the sexualization of the LGBT community and sexualizing the pride flag is actually a choice that heterosexual people are making, which is actually really damaging and inappropriate. I am not gay, I am not queer, I have a trans sibling, and my family has gone through a lot of challenges over my 38-year-old lifespan to try and make sense of that and learn how to behave like family and how to behave with kindness. And so I need to be a voice to say that the LGBT community has been the recipient of decades and centuries of intrusion by people who take the rainbow flag and make it mean something that is actually not part of the self-expression. Some of the concerns shared tonight really concern me about the trans community, like as though the association with pedophilia is some self-expression claim that trans individuals are declaring a right to. And instead it's not. It's actually something that people from outside that community are attaching to that identity. The reality of the pride flag is that it is a lot more like a no smoking sign in terms of a public symbol. It shows what is not acceptable in a space, which is taking our personal beliefs or fears or misgivings about another person's expression and claiming that that's actually what the other person is expressing. As kind of white people in the community, we really don't like it when people come and call us racist, and we don't believe that, we don't feel that way. And yet here in this situation, we are continuing to participate in projecting that on other people as though that's actually true, rather than a reflection of our fear, which we are not tending. So as a Carnation resident, this culture and what Duvall chose here and chooses affects the whole valley. It is such a hard time to be in city government right now, but it is very important that city governments set boundaries, just like a no smoking sign in certain places, to protect the culture of our towns, to protect the climate and the safety of every voice, and to set a very clear standard of how we will and will not speak to each other in our public spaces. I just want to thank everybody who spoke tonight from their personal experience, because it takes a lot of courage, and we see that, and we're with you. So thank you to everybody who spoke, and thanks to the people listening and discerning to do the right thing.
Poppy?
Hi, my name's Poppy. I use they, them pronouns, thank you. And I live here in Duvall. I live and work on a farm in Duvall. And I am going to use my 3 minutes to exist. That's all. Because I believe that I deserve to exist in this town. I came here for the same reason so many people came here, and that's to heal. Whether you used those words at the time or whether you just talked about getting out of the city or having a place to raise your children where you feel safe, what you're saying is that you came here to heal. And I did the same. That's why I'm here. And as this land and this watershed and the subset of the community that I belong to is healing me, I am becoming more able to step into my own transness. And part of the reason I'm here is because of that flag, that art display that told me from the first time I visited, wondering if this could be a place for me to heal. And I took that to mean yes. And I knew it was going to be hard and not everyone would be supportive. But there are so many people in this community who do love us and who can see us and who understand how much we matter and who understand that we are, you even if you get rid of all of us, your children will still grow up to be who they are, even in ways that don't please you. And I hope that something that I've said has helped you get in touch with your own humanity and to see how inhuman you are being toward us. We are your neighbors. We love this place. We believe there's room for all of us here, including you, and we're just asking you to view us in the same way. Thank you.
We have time for, I think, 2 more comments, and then we will close public comment for after the 90-minute limit. I will let folks know that we do have only one presentation. Council provided reports during the committee of the whole. So I do expect that we will have additional time for public comment, which includes online reading those that were written into the record, and if time allows for those in the audience to sign up to speak that happened. So with that, clerk, who is the next individual? June.
Hi, my name is Juniper. I'm a local artist. I've been living here for 2 years, and I'm trans and non-binary. And I have comments for 3 groups here. 1, the city council. You know how I feel. 2, the Christian fascists that took up the whole time at the beginning. You're fucking ghouls. Go away, please. I don't like you.
Please refrain from swear words. Thank you.
Understood. Number 3, all the queer, trans, non-binary people who live here, who work here, who exist here, who care about our community. You're awesome. I love you so much. All I want to do is spend time with you. Don't let the bastards bring you down. Don't let this council meeting bring you down. We're here freaking together. We're made of love. Find me. My name is Juniper Belmont. I'm an artist and I care about all of you. I yield my time.
Is there anyone else online? All right. Would you like to read one of the written public comments into the record? Yes.
From TV Read. Hello, my name is Peter Reed, and I am a citizen who lives on the Virgin involved. I am reaching out to discuss my thoughts on the removal of the flagpole for the Northeast Valley Street in Main Street. And all or nothing policy for city fences that negatively impact our businesses and profits on Valley character. I work at Children's Awareness School and have been doing it all for the last 5 years. enter the youth, our community, and ensure that we live a healthy and thriving life. As someone who works with youth and adults alike, I acutely know the importance of private and inclusive families, and the very desired consequence of perceived hatred or bigotry. This isn't just a matter of days. It is a matter of people losing their safety, for sense of belonging, and unfortunately sometimes their lives. As a member of the and quote, LGBTQ community myself, I feel shocked at the sudden removal of the title that was allowed alongside it. It has really made me rethink whether to develop a safe and inclusive place to live in. I hope that this is being taken seriously and that a public stand will be made regarding the law inclusion of all of our citizens. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Clark. And that will conclude public comment for the time being, and we will move on to presentations with Director of Community Development, Laura Thomas, on the use of public right of ways. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Actually, before that, we will need a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And now we will get to the presentations. Director Thomas.
I'm gonna pull up the sequence and pull up the presentation and then while John is bringing up the presentation, good evening. It's really nice to see so many people here. We don't often get this many people to our council meeting. As the side of my presentation comes up, I'm going to be looking at advisory committee members for the comp plan and the park plan and transportation plan. So that is a plug to please also give in that way as well. My name is Laura Thomas again. I'm the community development director here. This evening, I'm going to give a presentation on the right of way and what that means in the public realm. We are having technical difficulties. We just give us a second. Thank you. Everybody needs to get a big refreshment break or a body break now to this time.
Okay, I think we're ready to roll again, so we'll give everybody a couple seconds to get back to their seat if you're interested in the presentation. I'm gonna go ahead and get started. So this evening, I'm gonna give a fairly brief presentation on rights of way. It's also known as our public realm. This evening, we'll talk about mostly Main Street and some of our other public realm areas. I'm gonna see if the clicker works from this far. If it does not, John, I'll need you to switch to slide. Okay, John, I'll need you to move the slide for me, please. So this evening, we're going to talk a little bit about why we're here. What's the history of our public right of way and our realm? So this evening, we will be talking about, and I have to pull my glasses out. This evening, I'm receiving emails and phone calls related to a display on Main Street and Valley. Displays are not addressed in our sign code when located on city infrastructure. The city has also received inquiries related to the permitting of the display. The ownership of the fence was not clear to staff early on this year. And once we realized it was city infrastructure, we shared that information back with the public. Lastly, towards the end of this presentation, we'll talk about next steps and policy work. Next slide, John. So now we're here. What really is the right of way? You wouldn't believe how much is really in the right of way, but there is a primary purpose. It's for public travel. However, municipalities may authorize other incidental uses of right of way, including private uses which do not unreasonably interfere with public travel. That is really basically right out of state. And so that's how we define it. Next slide. So now, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. So we talked on the previous slide about incidental uses in the right of way. What would this be? This would include below ground utilities, traffic control, art, lighting, sidewalk cafes, community events, signage, pop-up events, pocket parks, and the list goes on. So now let's look at the next slide. This is a slide that shows really what the public realm or the right of way looks like from above ground and below ground. You'll notice that on the right and the left hand side, you'll see these red dashed lines. That is where the public realm ends. And you'll note that a lot of times, especially in our old town, that we have, you know, landscaping and yards and those types of things. And they're really that public realm. They're not private property. Next slide, please. So my department is charged with looking at where all the retaining walls and fences were located in the city limits on Main Street. So you can see we have identified several of them that are at the north end of town. On the north end, we have 2 overhead community banner structures, a 2-pole community banner, and what has been a public art wall. And so you'll see up on the left-hand side, you'll see that 2-pole banner. And up on the right side, I know it's not really clear, but it's where the Woodville, Duvall, and Main Street are. And that's where you see the gray paint. It is waiting for a new mural, and that's why it's grayed out now. And then you'll see down to the right,
That is one of our banner poles. There's two large banner poles in downtown. And then on the left, you'll see where there's a banner and it's at the entry in McCormick Park. That is where we place banners on a city owned fence and city infrastructure. On the left-hand side, you'll see where we have a retaining wall and a fence as well that is city infrastructure. Next slide. This slide moves us down a little bit through downtown all the way to Big Rock Road. And so you'll see there on the left, that's the public works building. So there is an example of a fence there. We also have several other fences that are infrastructure that the city has installed. There is a fence and wall down at the corner of Big Rock and Main Street. We call it Pickle Time. And there is a private wall and fence located there. The remaining walls and fences that are identified in this figure are city infrastructure.
No. I'm sorry, we can't take any comments from the audience. This is not public comment tonight.
I just want to know.
If you can email the city, that would be great. I apologize, but this is a business meeting. You have to keep it to the council and be here.
So we're ready to go to the next slide, please. Now, what is allowed in the right of way? So what we're going to do is now talk about the items that are allowed within the public realm or the right of way within the city of Duvall. Next slide. We really look at it in four ways. Is a permit required? Is there no permit required? Is it not regulated or is it strictly prohibited? These essentially are, they come out of our zoning code within our policies. Next slide, please. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to look at when a permit is required. Next slide. So now we're going to talk about permanent uses that require a permit. So a pocket park, signs, pedestrian banners, sidewalk cafes, awning and rookies, community events like Duvall Days. These are just a really good examples. Next slide, please. We also have temporary uses that require a permit that are in our public realm. Community event banners over Main Street, the Woodinville Duvall cross-section banners, A-board signs, signs attached to a fence, a luminaire pole banner, and special events. These are all considered temporary uses, and there are limitations for duration, location, size, and use. Next slide. So now we're going to talk a little bit about permanent uses. What is permitted and what do we mean by permanent? Next slide. So you'll see these are sculptures that we have in town that were installed as part of our Centennial project. And this is part of our city infrastructure. And it's an example of permanent. Next slide. We also have benches that are within our community, within the right of way or our public realm. And again, these are were installed as part of Main Street Phase 2 and are considered public infrastructure. Next slide. Now we have a fun one. This one's a little more unusual for our community, but we actually have some pocket parks also within our public realm and right of way. So Phase 3 Main at Main and 143rd, we have a nice little pocket park that provides respite as you're going down the street. We also have one up in the middle of town. Most of you know it is Judd Park. That is actually within our public realm and our public right of way. And again, these are examples of city infrastructure. Next slide. Now we're going to talk a little bit about permanent use. So you'll see commercial blade signs. These are right here from some of our amazing businesses in Duvall. These are permitted and they are within our public realm and within our right of way. You also see a sidewalk cafe just north of that Duvall sign. And these are permitted through sign permits and through building code permits or building permit. Next slide. We also see permanent use are pedestrian banners. So down on the right-hand side, you can see one of our luminaire poles that has a banner that is on city infrastructure that was installed as part of phase 1 of our Main Street project. Next slide. We also have permitted uses, and as part of our wayfinding signage program, this illustration is directly out of our sign code. It's part of our wayfinding program, and again, these are part of our city infrastructure. We go to the next slide, please. We also have permanent uses. These have become popular post-pandemic and during the pandemic, and they're called sidewalk cafes. These are not from Duvall, but we have some wonderful examples in Duvall of these sidewalk cafes. And we issue what's called a sidewalk cafe permit for these. Next slide, please. We also have roofs and overhangs and eaves that also are in our public realm and within our right of way, and these come in during building permit review. Next slide. Now let's talk about semi-permanent use, the art planks. We had installed art planks as part of phase 1 of Main Street, and as you noticed, over the last couple of years, we've been doing rehabilitation and placement of those art planks. Unfortunately, they're not permanent. We do restoration and replacement of those, and those are city installed semi-permanent uses. Next slide. These are always fun. Hopefully you've seen that Duvall has started installing or asking our community to install art wraps. That one down at the right is on right by City Hall. This one was commissioned just for the city of Duvall by the Puget Sound Energy. And this is the very first one that occurred in the region. So we're really proud of that one. The one up on the upper right, you might notice if you're coming down Main Street and you're at the KCLS Library. So again, this is considered semi-permanent, and they're also in the public realm. Next slide, please. Other uses that are semi-permanent are murals. And when you were in those first couple of slides, you notice that I'm like, hey, there's a gray wall, right? Out off of Main Street and Winville Duvall. The 2 top pictures were part of the mural, but over time it decays. And so we have money budgeted to look at that in this biennium. And so we're really excited about that. And these again are also installed and are considered permanent, semi-permanent uses on city infrastructure. Next slide, please. Now we're going to talk a little bit about temporary uses. There are a lot of temporary uses. Planning is full of in terms of temporary uses. And they're regulated by location, size, and duration. That's how our zoning code works historically, whether it's for signage or even temporary uses within our zoning code. So next slide, please. So again, we saw this example before. So over Main Street, we allow community event banners, and those are on city installed infrastructure, and they go through a permit process. Next slide. This is an example of temporary 8-word signage, and this is for commercial use, and these are also located within our public realm. Next slide. This next slide, you'll see is a sign, a banner that's attached to city infrastructure. On fences, we do allow signs in both the public and private. And so what that means is if this is a city-owned fence, and so we get permits in for those and we issue those. And then there are also, like people time, a private fence, and those also can be approved through a permit. Next slide. We also allow under temporary construction signs. So again, this is at 5, actually stay down at the wastewater treatment plant. And this is a construction sign. But if you haven't noticed, that building is under development. And so we allow those type of temporary signs as well. Next slide. We also have special events, and those can be temporary installations as well. So you can see that we have Duvall Days in public realm within the right of way, and we close down Main Street every June. We also have a February celebration with the Rotary Club, and so you've probably seen those, you might have actually purchased one. And those again are located on city infrastructure. Next slide. So now we're going to talk about when a permit is not required. Next slide. What we're going to look at is temporary uses. Again, temporary uses where no permit is required, but they are regulated by size, time, duration, and location. Next slide. A temporary sign could be a political sign, and that's just one example, and it is regulated by duration, size, and location, but does not require a permit. Just as a side note, we will be addressing all temporary signage in our upcoming sign code update to be compliant with new federal case law. Next slide. Another example would be these small real estate signs that you see on occasion, usually at corners. And they are allowed, but they don't require a permit, but they are regulated. Next slide. So now we're going to talk about uses that are exempt from regulation. And next slide, and we're going to provide some examples. Next slide. You'll probably notice these. These are signs that are exempt from the sign code but are required by law. They can include traffic control, directional, or warning signs. Next slide. This is also another example. So when we have a land use section, we post signs within the report. Next slide. We also allow commemorative plaques, tablets, or inscriptions. So this is just an example of what something could look like. If you're going down Main Street, you'll actually see one on the old library that we now call the Duvall Visitor Center. So you'll see a plaque there. An example. Next slide. We also have incidental signs, and this is something that could provide direction, a warning, or information, and are typically maintained by a public agency. Next slide. We do have some permitted uses for signs, and we'll go through and give some examples of that. And we have a section of code that says strictly prohibited, and so we'll give an example of a couple of those. Next slide. Next slide. So anything that may be confused with traffic control signs or signal, which include mobile reader signs, those are prohibited. Anything that obstructs sight distances is prohibited. Anything in the public right of way which impedes pedestrian or vehicular circulation or use is prohibited. Anything with an electronic changeable message is prohibited. Anything in the public right of way that may or is negatively impacting utilities or vegetation or an advertising vehicle. Sometimes you'll see the planning department out doing like sign code enforcement because something might be in a sight distance triangle or it's in the middle of the sidewalk. So that's a prohibited use. Next slide, please. So we talked a little bit previously about signs that are attached to a fence. Signs are allowed to be attached to a fence, but they're approved by the director, and they're only for community events. Otherwise, they're prohibited. So only community event banners are allowed on city-owned infrastructure and fences, but they're also allowed on private property through a permit as well. The city also permits when we put up our signs as well. We fill out a permit application the same way that a private business would. Displays on city-owned infrastructure at the discretion of the city as the owner of the infrastructure, and that's probably one of the reasons why we're here talking this evening. So that's an important note. Displays for grand openings or other events are regulated on private property by the sign code. Next slide. So now we're gonna start to talk a little bit about next steps and taking questions from the council. This evening, we're gonna begin to have a conversation and talk about a timeline for policy work that obviously will include public engagement. As we draft policy or policies, we will navigate recent case law. A question that we are gonna ask ourselves is, will we open up the city's infrastructure use by the public for display and art? And then we will also be looking at sign code updates in the next few months that will address the public use of the right of way for signage. At this time, council, I'd like to allow you guys to have a conversation and ask us some questions so that we can work towards next steps of policy development. Any questions from council at this time? Mayor Henry.
Thank you. I think one of my main questions right now is if we were to consider expanding, for example, the policy on our banners for community events and such, or to expand what we currently allow on right-of-way fencing. Do we have staff capacity for that to handle the kind of enforcement that we would need to keep an eye on that?
We are already working on a sign code updated version. We've actually been working on it for several months and it's scheduled to come to planning commission to council in September. So we're already currently working on that.
Just to clarify, that's okay. What I meant was expanding what we currently allow. Would that require more staff time than we have? Not to develop the policy, but to keep an eye on it, enforce any violations of the new policy code that we.
There is always going to be an aspect of enforcement. So there, yeah, it does take some time.
Councilmember Schaefer?
Question on time frame. This is also for the benefit of the audience, so I suspect many people are interested in how long will it take us to council to actually come up with some type of policy. And as you know, as we know on the council, quite a few times we need to see something, comment on it, have it come back again, and so the process is being, and it is quite long, but that's, you know, that's a give and take that we have, and that's how we work. And Laura, I don't know if you have anything to add to that, or
Yeah, so of course, I will always give you that. You guys know me. So anytime you change planning code or zoning code, there is a lot of process. It goes with more planning council. We reach out to agency. It's usually a 4 to 6 month process. And we always have what we call a true touch rule also at council. So the council doesn't approve something on the first or second time. We move towards that third, but there's a process before it becomes to council for its final action.
Councilmember Mercer and Iverson?
And, you know, clarifying question, I guess, Laura, in terms of, you know, we talked a little bit tonight, there's been some discussion of our policy. Right now, we're discussing the right-of-way policy. There is quite a bit of intersectionality between a lot of these topics, whether it's legal review and some of the case law that was cited. What the community considers art from a sort of a higher level categorization, but also community standards, what do they want, and discuss a little bit around the cultural information. There's the right of way, which is more art is one of the things that could be installed there, but flags were mentioned tonight, there was community events and unification. Again, what those mean to different people, both their literal meaning and sort of the subtext gets very complex. I'm just curious from a order of operations in terms of, you know, I think there's a number of things that were raised, revisions of the sign code, standing up and appointment of the cultural commission, defining what the community wants as art, as well as the right-of-way policy, as well as sort of our broader comprehensive plan. You know, we provide, I guess, the audience here a rough order of operations in terms of how we do the process, but some of them are definitely dependent on others in terms of moving to.
the last council meeting, we brought forward the city art policy for its first reading. So we're continuing to work through that process. And so that is an item that we would be looking at approval probably over the next 6 weeks or so. It also, after that, we're bringing our cultural commission back in, and honestly, we're super excited about that. So thank you for funding the position to bring our cultural commission back. I would estimate that we'll be ready for appointment, those new positions by the end of September. We are bringing back a quick code rewrite for the cultural commission. That code is significantly older and just needs to be updated. So we're gonna bring that to council the first meeting in September for a first touch. And then we're also going to be following, my guess is end of September, beginning of October, with a signed code update. And that is another piece of that as well. Do you want to?
Hi, everyone. Cynthia McNabb, City Administrator. I think it's worth noting that these policies and ordinances and code provisions run parallel but separately. So an art policy is the city's policy on the type of art it wants and the process and procedures for developing art in the city of Duvall. It's the city's policy on the kind of art the city is going to sponsor or allow on city property. It's also to some degree an instruction manual to the Cultural Commission, which are they operate on behalf of the city to help select and facilitate the city's art policy. So that's kind of one train running down one track. Its process is slightly shorter, differently than something that's in code or ordinance, like the sign code. That is being revised, as Director Thomas said, but that goes through a much longer process. So it needs to get developed, needs to go to the planning commission, and then I'll have to have 3 touches, excuse me, to council prior to approval. And the planning commission will also have opportunity for public hearing and public comment on that. So they're connected processes, but they run on different paths. If that answers your question, Councilmember.
It does. Thank you.
Councilmember Ryan.
So to further that, there's some indication we all receive more. When we run into the policy, that in space, the art policies that are in place. When any of these subjects become looking to predictive or subjective opinions, where it's our policies or where we're approaching, the city doesn't just make that decision on our own. Right, which case that is mentioned, we have to abide by the state law, federal law, and like you pointed out lower. When we're trying to make our decisions, we rely on this path to also explore things like that. So we make sure the city, we don't just do what we want to make us do. Or we don't want to do that it looks, we also don't want to see it in trouble. So can you expand on that a little bit for all of us to understand, maybe get a couple of examples? Not necessarily that you're involved.
Oh, geez. So yes, the draft art policy that went to council at our special council meeting was just that. It was a draft. It was a start of some idea generation. It has not gone through legal review yet. It also is a participatory process where members of the community can ask council different, things that they might like to see in an art policy. Also driven a little bit to some degree about what we need from a cultural commission. So, asking for the cultural commission to come to council to get council feedback, creating bylaws and a annual art plan, all things that Duvall has wanted to have for a long time. We just haven't been able to, direct the attention to this work, but we have an opportunity now to do so. With that, council can certainly and should, and the community provide feedback and help city staff develop policy in draft form that should be considered. Ultimately, though, they'll go to our city attorney, who's sitting here with us. And once it gets reviewed by legal, then we would bring back to council something that has been vetted. And, you know, certainly look for all the constitutional issues to make sure that what we're giving back to council for vote and approval has been thoroughly vetted. This is an area with a lot of constitutional issues. And so the process for making sure that we dot all our i's and cross all our t's is pretty extensive. Though, again, looks a little different than trying to update sign code, which has to go to the planning commission. I don't know if that helps answer your question, Councilmember Isaacson.
Any other council members? Councilmember Duvall.
Yeah, this question is for Director Thomas. For the existing sign code, not the future sign code, but the existing sign code, can you describe the process we go through to enforce the regulations?
For the last couple of years, just due to staffing capacity, mostly complaint-driven code enforcement. But we also, if we see something that looks like a health or safety issue, then we'll also do those as well. But historically, it is complaint-driven. Anyone else? Mayor Potomac Henry. Thank you. I think this is following up on Councilmember Isaacson's questions. This is more for our city attorney. I think what I was hearing and what I was also thinking about is, you know, if we move forward with this, of allowing, you know, more signage or more, you know, displays in the right of way, is there a singular source? Is it a combination of looking for what are those exceptions from the First Amendment? You know, if something's, say, a part of a hate group, like what would determine that? Like what are the things that you have to look at to determine, is this allowed, is this protected? Is it one source, is it just a multitude of case law? I mean, what is the process there? If you can, sorry, if that's a really loaded question, but.
That's an incredibly broad question, and I won't get into all of the details tonight. We can certainly have a conversation as council about those things. What's a quick way to say it? There's government speech, there's personal speech. The first Amendment is incredibly broad. And so when we think of sign codes, there was I used to say back in 2015, Reed versus Town of Gilbert. I've given many presentations on that. I can do that for you to give you an understanding of that case, but it essentially protects content neutrality of personal speech. And so I think, as has been described already, there are different paths that are going towards different objectives. Art policy is government speech. It's art that the city is going to put out there that is not infringing on someone's personal First Amendment protected free speech. Conversely, the sign code in most situations is an expression of personal free speech and would have different considerations. And so those different policies that you're going to be considering on different tracks are going to address very different perspectives or angles on speech generally. And so we'll have different discussions with different considerations for each of those. And I'm certainly involved in legal review of those policies along the way. And then we as a group can have conversations about those different policies as they come up, because you, as was noted in that timeline, you're going to pivot between those. Probably some in the same timeframes, and so we're going to have different ways to look at those conversations depending on what we're talking about, and we'll make sure that we navigate those differences for you so that you understand kind of what's the framework for this policy versus the one from 2 weeks ago type situation. And so we'll navigate that.
Anyone else? Thank you, Director Thomas, City Administrator McNabb, and City Attorney Kenny. We will now move back to public comments, and I will start with Clerk Otero to read the written comments into the record.
And then if we have remaining time, we will allow folks to sign up and provide comment until 9:45.
From Jackie Blanken. Hello, my name is Jackie and I've lived in Duvall for 35 years. I enjoy Duvall because it's a very, very safe place to be. There is very little to no crime and I don't have to worry about doing things I need or want to do no matter the time of the day because of how safe I can be. Duvall has grown a lot, but there is still that tight-knit community vibe, which is wonderful, which is a wonderful thing to have while it is growing so much. Well, I am part of the LGBTQ plus community and currently straight relationship. I did enjoy the flag and seeing it when I rolled into town, it would make me smile. I know it did help a lot of the LGBTQ plus community feel welcome when they rolled into town, or even being a community member, it made them feel safe. I understand kind of why it had to be removed. But doing so in the dark was kind of an ick move, and I thought the city could have handled it a little better. Shouldn't it have been done while people were still sleeping? Were you afraid of the backlash with it being removed? I hope something can be put together for school kids and sports stuff and pickle time stuff to be hung up. I wouldn't mind seeing the pride flag cut up either. Maybe making sure everyone who has something to share in the town has a correct permit that there are very obvious rules around what can be put up. Nothing that promotes hate or hurting anyone, LGBTQ plus, racially, etc. I know Duvall is better than this, and it's a beautiful town. It has always been, as long as I've lived here at least. I hope to see the pride flag used in different ways around town, and that the city works closely with the creators to see that happen. Thank you for your time, and I hope to see the good come out of this, because I know we have it in us. From Lorelli Chimayo, I am a member of the Snoqualmie Valley, and I am queer. You let the white supremacists and anti-LGBTQ people run support for diversity out of this town with almost no effort that the public is aware of. One flag. Were there other threats? Are you investigating? Or are you attempting to sweep everything under the rug and destroy my sense of safety and the sense of safety that the Rainbow Network declared to my peers? Thank you so much for initially giving the artists a chance to get their work. And Elfie, shame on you for taking, for destroying the art, for giving name to conservative bigots. There is no place in Snoqualmie for their hate or you or your weak fear. Make amends to the LGBTQ community now. From Andrew Duvall, as current president of a nearby town, lifelong Washingtonian, a frequent visitor to Duvall in years past, and a straight white man, I am ashamed to read of the cowardly decision undertaken by the city of Duvall to remove the long crescent fence decoration, rather than stand up to hatred and bigotry and protect the residents of your own town. You make me sick. From Lisa Tomlin. Hello, I am reaching out because I am disgusted and appalled at the city's decision to remove the pride ribbons outside of Valley Mayor, rather than to stand up for its citizens and stand up to hate. I hear the city also decided to accelerate the shameless process, shirking all pretense of transparency. Inclusive imagery of those pride ribbons is one reason I fell in love with Duvall and moved here. It's embarrassing to see the city leadership so quick to erase all traces of community voting, and to do so in order to ultimately appease the same bigotry triggering this timeless action, no less. Finally, what is the city's policy against hate speech and symbols? When will it craft and enforce one? What are the odds it will do so quickly as if to tear down a simple symbol of inclusion and social progress? Gabriel Newman. Dear Duvall City Clerk, I hope this letter finds you well. My name is Gabriel Newman. and Policy Council and Government Relations Manager of CSBA, Washington's LGBTQ plus Chamber of Commerce. I'm reaching out because some of our members have reached out expressing concern regarding the recent decision to take down Duvall's pride wall. As an advocate for equality and inclusivity, I believe it is crucial to address the potential harm such actions may cause to the LGBTQ plus community. Pride displays such as rainbow flags, banners, and symbols represent more than just colorful decorations. They are powerful symbols of acceptance, love, and support for the LGBTQ plus community. These displays send a clear message that our city values diversity and acknowledges the contributions and rights of every individual, regardless of their sexual orientation and gender identity. The city's choice to display the wall outside of Pride Month sends a clear message that the city of Duvall values and welcomes its LGBTQ plus community year round. Taking down the pride display can have several negative consequences on the LGBTQ plus community. Emotional impact. For many members of the LGBTQ plus community, pride displays serve as a source of comfort and validation. Removing them may cause feelings of marginalization, rejection, and invisibility, leading to emotional distress and mental health challenges. Personally, I feel a particular sense of community and pride whenever I walk Seattle's rainbow crosswalks. They remind me that despite the historic struggles of the LGBTQ plus community has faced here, we now have a home. Increased stigma. Removing the pride displays may inadvertently perpetuate harmful stereotypes and stigmatization against the LGBTQ plus community. It sends the message that our community should be kept invisible in order to protect the sensibilities of others, which is in particular concern here, as the removal of the pride wall was done in response to the posting of a white supremacist flag alongside the original piece. This fosters an unwelcome environment where discrimination and prejudice may thrive. 3. Undermining progress. Our city has worked hard to build an inclusive and diverse community. Taking down pride displays sends a message of regression and erodes the progress made in promoting equality and understanding. LGBTQ plus people have existed in perpetuity alongside hate and discrimination, and yet we continue to advocate for our rights and build a community along the way. Pride displays serves as a physical reminder of that fight. In spite of resistance against it, we continue to prosper.
Time.
I'm sorry, clerk, oops.
I apologize, clerk, Councilmember Mercer reminded me that was an organization, so there's 2 more minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
For economic implications, LGBTQ plus people want to visit places that make them feel safe. Pride displays are often attract visitors from near and far, boosting local businesses and tourists. It sends our community the message that Duvall is a city that is accepting of us throughout the year, which impacts the economic choices we make. By removing the pride wall, Duvall eliminates a powerful message to the LGBTQ plus community, which risks potential revenue and opportunity for economic growth. 5. Educational value. Pride displays offer an opportunity for education and awareness about LGBTQ plus issues. By removing them, there is a chance to foster empathy, understanding, and dialogue amongst Duvall residents. In addition to reinstating the pride wall, I urge you all to consider the following actions. 1. Engage in dialogue. Initiate conversations with LGBTQ plus community leaders and organizations to better understand their concerns and needs. Active engagement and lead to constructive solutions. 2. Reinforce inclusivity. Demonstrate Duvall's commitment to inclusivity by officially endorsing and participating in Pride or LGBTQ plus inclusion events. This sends a strong message of support for the LGBTQ plus community. 3. Public awareness campaigns. Promote Public awareness campaigns that emphasize the importance of diversity, respect and acceptance of all residents, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. 4, collaborate with businesses. Encourage local businesses to display pride symbols and offer support for the LGBTQ+ causes. This collaborative effort can reinforce a sense of unity and solidarity. 5, embrace policy changes. Advocate for policies that protect the rights of well-being.
Time. Thank you.
From Cynthia Geiger. We are Americans, we are human beings. I don't understand the hate and violence concept. From Jennifer at the round. Thank you for removing the rainbow ribbon flag. Please do not bring it back. From Jordan Parkwright. My name is Jordan Parkwright, and my family and I have been citizens of Duvall for over 9 years. I am reaching out to discuss my feelings on the removal of the pride pole at the corner of Northeast Valley Street and Main Street Northeast as the policy behind its removal. When our family relocated to Duvall, we did so with the intention to be airplane movement. We wanted to put down permanent roots and make a home somewhere that had both natural beauty and open spaces that we crave, and the supportive, caring social climate that is a necessity to feel safe. Our family has grown from 4 to 7 members since we have lived here, and we have made community connections and lifelong friendships. Being a parent of queer children, part of the queer community, and generally caring about the well-being of queer youth who are at much higher risk of homelessness and suicide. Driving past the pride wall never once failed to stir the deep feelings of gratitude and safety within. A teenager has told me multiple times that in a world where hateful voices are often amplified, seeing the pride wall let them know that it wasn't everyone who didn't think they had a right to exist. I can only imagine that the pride wall meant that to many of our beloved queer community members. The removal of the pride wall sends a very clear message as well. But it is not one of safety. It is saying that at best, the city is not willing to stand up to the bigots for the right of queer people to exist visibly and proudly in this world. At worst, the city agrees to the bigots. Queer people don't have a place here. Politically, there are many heartbreaks right now. Washington and King County are rightfully somewhat less endangered than most other parts of the country. But it doesn't change the message that many of us, especially our young people in this country, are hearing. You aren't worth protecting. We cannot in good conscience raise our children in a place that will not protect them and their safety. The removal of the pride wall was and continues to be a painful experience for my family and the larger community. My teenager has several queer friends who cannot be themselves safely within their immediate family. And it is them that I think of now when I drive by. The loss of the sign that even if they couldn't be accepted at home, there were those in their hometown holding space for them. Of the loud voices of the biggest. From Aaron Blake. Hello, I wanted to address the topic of the permanent pride, art installation that is in discussion, but I appreciate the town accommodating all the noise about the fence flag near the mail center. I don't believe creating a permanent installation is the answer. The word pride itself is an LGBTQ+. Pride is being prideful in whatever your beliefs are. If the town truly wants to be inclusive, it should include religious beliefs, non-anti-Semitic groups, sexual orientation, war heroes, and so on. I believe that's why the fence declaration by the mail center would be such a discussion. As it makes sense to have a permanent art over sexual orientation, I would think military religion would come before that. Will the town also provide installations for this group to be inclusive? Lastly, who's paying for this? What if the installation gets destroyed? Who is responsible for watching over this? I want my voice heard. That I believe nothing to be controversial should be added to this sound. Thank you for your time. From Ashumi by Dear Duvall administration, I am a U.S. citizen and a resident of the East Side. My family and I visit Duvall often for its restaurants and parks, as well as for various community events. I have enjoyed seeing the Pride Wall at the corner of Northeast Valley Street and Main Street Northeast. This wall showed people that Duvall is caring and that it supports our LGBTQIA community. It is extremely disappointing to learn that the Pride Wall was taken down. It's truly very upsetting that a few extremists succeeded in taking away the joy and feeling of safety and pride that the majority of our community had experienced as a result of the wall. Additionally, it is a significant loss to a number of our local businesses and families that regularly use the wall to share information. I urge you to do the right thing with the basic faith. Please undertake the labor of restoring Duvall's LGBTQIA friendly image again. Doing so is especially urgent in the current environment where LGBTQIA youth are being actively targeted by extremists. LGBTQIA youth are hurting, and they need assurance from our government officials in our community that we have their back. Please help our LGBTQIA youth and community by finding a permanent structure that will prove your support and love towards this very unfairly targeted group. I look forward to your wholehearted support in this matter. Ronald Lloyd. To the elected representatives of all residents of Duvall, the legal discharge of fireworks in the city imposes the risk of catastrophic fire damage on all citizens, imposes the risk of personal injury to both fireworks participants and non-participants, exposes residents to carcinogenic and endocrine disrupting chemicals in both the powder and gaseous forms, intrudes and interferes with the comfort, peace, and tranquility of residents in their homes, takes the choice of whether residents want to be around or away from fireworks, away from them, scatters fireworks, debris, and litter on occupied private property, imposes an unfair and unreasonable burden to those residents to restore their properties to their previous undisturbed state. The legal use of fireworks policy fails to take into consideration the fact that since the 2000s, warmer and drier weather starts earlier in the year, May to June, and lasts longer into the year, October 2022. Since much of the natural vegetation that surrounds the wall and the surrounding areas dry out earlier in the year, they become readily combustible, used by the kind of door rolls around. In such conditions, the only takes a spark to get the fire going. As is evidenced by the wildfires in 2020 and 2022, it is entirely conceivable that a wildfire can be started by fireworks right here in the wall. The rights of those who enjoy fireworks should not trump the rights of those who would rather not have fire on their property or see their houses burned to the ground. Fair and reasonable burden. As though it wasn't enough for residents to have to be subject to the threats and risk of having their lawns and houses burned down, residents have to contend with fireworks debris scattered all over the grounds and roofs of their properties. This imposes an unfair and unreasonable burden on residents in terms of the time and money they need to come up to restore their homes and to their original undisturbed state. Those who discharge fireworks often just walk away back to their own house, which are often clean and entirely free from any firework debris. The rights of those who enjoy fireworks should not trump the rights of those who would rather not have debris scattered all over their homes. The right to choose stolen. The legal discharge of fireworks in the city takes the right of choice from keeping away from those who do not want to get around fireworks. And puts the right of choice solely in the hands of those who want to discharge fireworks. Because it is legal, those who enjoy fireworks can shoot off as much fireworks as they want, and do so as close to other residents they choose. For many of us, it is right out of the front door.
Time.
From Patricia Todd. And thoughts on the Pride family. This country is made up of blacks, whites, Asians, people of color, and LGBTQ plus. But loves all those children, and none of us can get along with each other. I don't know why all the fuss is about family, as I am not offended by it. It is about a group of US citizens who are different than their skin. We still debate freedom of speech and freedom of expression. Now, at this time, I would like to know about displaying yard sale signs on the streets and on posts. We're trying to get our house in order for possibly selling it in common money. From Lauren Brown. Hello, city people. Thank you and everyone in the city for beginning planning to install art on city property to affirm the rights of LGBTQ plus members of our community. We appreciate that as the city, we will be helping all members of our community feel welcome, supported, and safe. Good job, city. From Joe Oliver. My opinion, any permits issued by the city regarding banners, flags, ribbons, etc. should only be permitted if they deal with the activities, flags, announcements of public events, or school activities. One sexual preference should not be allowed. From Peter Blake. Hi, John. Please pass along our gratitude for plans by the mayor and the city council to affirm their support of the LGBTQ plus people in our city with a permanent art installation. Of the many of LGBTQ plus people we know, countless good friends, many have experienced considerable misunderstanding, discrimination, and hostility. Gay and transgender youth in particular often face devastating rejection, family, church, peers, and others. This puts them at an extremely high risk of suicide. For that matter, adult LGBTQ plus people are also at high risk of discrimination and persecution and the damages these can cause. That's why it's so important for the city to actively declare its support for inclusivity, safety, and respect for LGBTQ plus people through a permanent public art installation. It's certainly the kind of statement we want any government representing us to have the courage and conviction to make. We commend and sincerely thank the city of Duvall for taking on a hold in this sense. From Joseph Hector. Hello, I wanted to address the topic of the permanent pride art installation that is in discussion. While I appreciate the accommodating defense flag near the Bell Center, I don't believe creating a permanent installation is the answer. The word pride itself is an exclusive to LGBTQ+. Pride is being prideful. I believe this is into my apologies. From Sean Post, I am submitting a comment regarding the ongoing issue related to the use of city right of way and property, with the extreme amount of misunderstanding regarding this issue and obscene amount of disinformation is being used to replace actual facts. Regardless of the symbol, this was totally a right of way use issue. With questions being, how does the city wish its right of way to be used? What type of uses are permissible? How do you protect these free speech, etc.? As the city and staff decided use was purely unregulated, citizens rightfully did as they pleased, and the city looked the other way. With increasing public use of the right of way and an ability to articulate its position to the community, the city can suddenly finding previously unknown authority to regulate the right of way use and then constantly removing all forms of hate speech, rather than solely what was seen as offensive. Went from the city state and unregulated use to completely permissible within hours, without any change to law, code, or policies, just the wind. Should regulation be implemented, they should be clearly defined, fairly adjudicated, time limited, and open for all opinions of speech. Look to existing code and how signage and banners are already regulated. For all of the reasons above, I can think of no clearer reason for the city to not be in the position of determining what speech is preferred and what right of way use is acceptable as it relates to free speech issues such as what has occurred here. I support maintaining the city-owned fenced structures and general right of way clear of these forms of speech or expression precisely because the city cannot be expected or trusted to protect and regulate its protection. Thank you for your kind consideration. From Sean Post, hello. I wanted to submit a short comment regarding fireworks. Some may remember that in 2016, the city put an advisory vote on the ballot for citizens in a year with huge local turnout, 83%, all residents affirmed their absolute overwhelming and uniquely bipartisan support, with 60% majority to keep fireworks legally involved. See results below, or look them up yourself. This much needed conversation one, which found our police, parks, and IT, early to speak out and win with the same goals. Please do not discount the community's will in this matter. Outside of another vote, we will never have a better representation of the will of the community, but certainly not from the actual public comments. From Danielle Winterwood. Dear Duvall City Council, I am writing today regarding the city's recent removal of the LGBTQIA pride installation and the lack of policy for addressing hate-based speech.
I think she did provide public comment, so she emailed it in this.
Those are all the ones we have.
All right, thank you. We have 10 minutes left, so we have about time for 3 more people to provide public comment if you would wish. So I will simply ask you to line up at the microphone, or actually, have you signed up in the back with the clerk? Where is she there? I think John. Grab it, send it. Okay. Clerk, if you could call the first name, please.
Yeah. Cameron?
And then if you could call the next one so they can be right behind them.
Christina, please.
Yes, Jeff Hansen.
I think it's
Jeff Hansen, sorry for my bad handwriting. I've been a resident of Duvall for 18 years and very involved in the community here, raised my children here. I've heard a lot of hostility towards the council. And as much of the pride community does not want to represent hostility. That's what I felt from some of the comments. I want to appreciate the difficult position you have, as having experience as a leader. It's really difficult to make the decisions that you have to make as elected officials to represent this city, which I think is exactly why this burden should not be on your shoulders. I want to thank the council for supporting the freedom for private property owners to display their beliefs in whatever matter it is on their private property. And you support that, and I haven't heard anything differently about the city council in that matter. And so I understand that the public has the right to do that. And I want to bring it back, the focus back to the issue at hand, which is the use of public property in the city. And the use of symbols and artwork and fakes that obviously cause this display that you've experienced tonight is only going to cause disunity in the city. If there's hostility towards anybody who has a different view in the city, there's a system in place to handle that. It's called law enforcement. I've heard a lot of issues about harassment and things that people have experienced, whether it's either side, over these issues. And I would hope that they would use the law enforcement that's in place, and a very capable police force in Duvall that can handle those issues, especially any kind of vandalism to private property and displays that have been made. When it comes to public property, I'd just like to add my voice to an encouragement to the council to choose artwork that we can all celebrate together. There should be no harassment of anybody for their views in the city at all. I don't participate in that kind of harassment, even though my views differ with the pride community. I won't tolerate it. I'll speak up if I see that. I just want to say to the pride community as well, you're welcome here by me, even though I disagree with you. My hope is that in your presence here, you'll experience the love of God and you will turn to Him. That's my understanding. You hold a different understanding. If we can't live together with those different understandings, then there's a problem. But I experience hostility just the same because of my view that I've expressed. So I just want to say thank you, council, for taking all this time to hear the people here from Duvall. And I understand the hard decision that you have, and just to reiterate, this responsibility does not land on your shoulders. It's on law enforcement to enforce harassment, keep private property for private use, and keep public property. Yeah.
Thank you. Clerk.
Louis Morrison.
Hello, I'm Louis Morrison. I am a resident of Duvall. Having been to my first city council meeting tonight, I think that this has all been in the wrong direction. I think that this entire conversation has been unnecessary, and frankly, I am really upset to see a community that has had to justify their existence over and over and over again to just be allowed to live and exist as they are, not trying to prevent any people from holding their religious beliefs, but just being allowed to practice and live their lives without being harassed, to be questioned about whether their existence should be allowed once again. I think all of this was completely avoidable. I think that the moment that the question became, how do we display pride in the city? Are we going to allow that to be displayed? I think that is the point that the people who put up those hate symbols won. Because this conversation should not be about whether LGBTQIA identity should be allowed to be displayed in the city. The question should be, how do we handle hate? How do we handle hate symbols coming up? The pride display was there for a long time without any issue, but the moment that a hate symbol went up next to it, it was taken down. That's exactly what the goal of that was. And then the question started all up again. What do we do about the LGBTQIA community? Again, that became the question. That never should have been the question. The question should have been, how do we handle hate? If we had removed those two hateful flags and just allowed the display to exist in the way that it had, we would be moving forward as a community and not asking people who have already endured so much to justify their presence and existence in our society once again. This entire evening has been people trying to defend their presence in society and other people saying that they don't want to have to acknowledge their existence. How did we get back to this again? This should have been about the hate. Why did it turn back to the victims?
The next individual.
Jeff Hill. Name's Jeff Hill, 6'5". Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight, for everyone for speaking. I wasn't gonna speak, so this probably won't be very polished, but I'm just gonna speak from my heart. I live in Duvall. I grew up in Redmond. I attended Cedar Park Christian High School and Biola University and Azusa Pacific University. And I tried to ungay myself for about 25 years. And that didn't work. So I decided to love myself instead. And that's been a much better trajectory for my life for the past 15 years, from ages 25 to now 40. And the noise that I hear from the Christian community is just the noise that I heard as I was growing up. And I don't hate the Christian community, but I'm hearing a lot from kind of like that side about like God this, God that. And so that's the only reason I'm bringing that up is that's just my real life experience, trying to not be gay and not be gay and not be gay and not be gay, and hearing I'm gay and married to a man. And that's just because I decided it was not a choice who I loved, and I was going to love who I loved. And I think the saddest thing for me about the removal of the display is like, I think of like 12-year-old me, when like, if I saw that, I'd be like, oh yes, I get to maybe like explore who I am, and I'm so confused that I like that boy in my class, but I'm not supposed to. And then seeing that taken away would tell me, oh, no, I'm wrong again, and I can't be who I am. So as we reconsider that, it's just thinking about the youth in our community. And I'd like to have lunch with all of the first 5 people and the last person came up.
Clerk, is there anyone else?
Yes, one more person, Sue.
I'm KYC from Kirkland, and we appreciate the opportunity for a non-Duvaller to address the council. I've heard a lot of very sad, troubling stories of stereotyping and broad brushing that the LGBT community has suffered. And I'm also saddened that some of those members have been doing the same broad brushing and stereotyping to the people with other positions. I think every group in the LGBT community, the religious community, I'm a member of the Baltimore Orioles community. I suffered a lot of hate at T-Mobile Park on Saturday. Just semi-serious, obviously, but yeah, I think I would like to see the LGBT community obviously express a lot of passion, justifiable passion about wanting safety and inclusion. And I like to offer a challenge to the community to fight for safety and inclusion for their opponents. So I think the last one was actually forgot what I was going to say. Every group is composed of a few activists and a lot of non-activists. And I'm not going to say that all of the Pride Wall supporters here today and online agree with a lot of the accusations of Christian factors like naturalists, etc. And I'd like to ask that the Pride Wall supporters extend the same understanding that not all of the Pride Wall opponents are fascist than white nationalists and terrorists. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, and we do not have any further business. So unless there are objections from council, we are adjourned. I'd like to thank everyone for coming and speaking, having our voices heard this evening. And the conversation about our policy will continue. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.